Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Sean, Josh, and Nick all are here, and I can hear them all, I think. Please
Hello. I just talked to you.
He's faking it. He's faking it.
No, I am not faking anything.
John is faking it too.
No, I'm not.
Look it up.
No, I'm not.
John knows about faking. Am I right?
Hey-yo.
I am not
He's
faking.
usually on the other side of the fake.
John, I actually kind of believe John now. Hang on. I actually believe John.
It's
no, people heard John during the commercial break.
Yeah,
John's
exactly.
being a
I am on the
goofball.
stream.
Yeah.
Being a goober.
Yeah,
No, I'm
he's being a
not.
goofball.
No, he's not.
He says he's not.
No, I'm not.
He's saying weird.
Okay, he's
not.
actually talking.
I knew
Nick,
it.
what did
I told you.
My God.
Well, that sounded like garbage.
Well, I'm going to try to fix that quick. It was my fault, by the way. It was my fault.
Nick,
was
I
the
saw
goober.
you complaining up a storm on the little thumbnail while we were getting ready. Everything okay with you, Nick?
I just had a lot of meetings today that didn't necessarily need to be meetings.
Wow.
Oh, would you
I'm gonna
like
fix
to,
John
to
quick.
share the
Okay,
share the
John,
result?
see you in a few.
What is wrong
Lord.
with
He says,
What did John say?
It sounded like alien noises. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
I heard that. It was rah, 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 rah.
it sounded like he was
the
on
best
like a
part is I can
smoking,
talk
you
with
know, please don't
impunity,
smoke
and these
commercial.
morons can't
Yeah.
react.
I'm just happy that didn't happen when we had Aaron Schatz on the show on Monday, because he's like a semi-regular, but he's not a regular enough for us to be like, sorry, Aaron, it sounds like a robot is in your headphones right now.
Yeah.
Hard to explain that to him.
Yeah.
Stib says, I would like to hear more about these useless meetings. Nick?
It was just, testing things that didn't need to be tested, things that probably could have waited a few days. They weren't immediate things. Well, I mean, one of them was, but the other did, I don't really want to go into any more detail.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, the
Just get a
meetings
little
weren't
uncomfortable.
about today's show.
I wish I knew what John was saying right now.
John, you look good. I'll say that. You look real good.
And
You have
comfortable.
2 lamps in very close proximity.
Wow, they are. Why are they so close?
Those are very close lamps.
Oh, and there's the light from the window.
Wow. Look at that.
Is the sun out in Providence today? Let's see.
Man, I'm jealous.
It's just a big.
It's heaven.
Oh, wait. Oh, wow, the sun is shining.
Whoa.
Oh, now my audio's gone.
Because
You
the
mute-
studio wasn't turned on.
Oh, yeah,
Hi,
that'll do
John.
Oh my
Oh, my
God!
Good
We're
Lord.
good. We're good.
You know, Nick.
we should
You
have
know,
a
Nick.
meeting
If you wouldn't have had the crappy
graveyard.
attitude about those meetings, maybe we would have figured this out at the beginning.
That's
Yeah.
true. You're
He
right.
makes a point. He makes
Mhm.
a point. Interesting.
Yeah.
Hi, John.
Hey, John.
All right. Now, can everyone hear everybody else?
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
We
Off
all
to a
can
great
hear
start
everybody
today.
else. Okay.
John doesn't sound like a weird alien.
Well, and we can see all your lamps still. So
Yeah, what's up with
Yes.
all those lamps?
the
There's a
lamps
lot of
still
lamps.
on.
I
He
love
wants his
lamp.
lamps back.
I love lamp.
So these meetings were about testing? That might have helped the show today.
Might have.
Very interesting. Nick, are we doing remote soon? Where are we testing? This is exciting.
It wasn't a remote thing.
Oh, sad. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Pepper, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm excited to listen to my favorite basketball broadcasters broadcast basketball games tonight. John and Josh.
Isn't it nice that I'm at 6 and John's at 7:30, so you can listen to most of me and then most of John? It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
All
the games.
I really wish the times were reversed, being that we're 3 hours away on the East Coast. It would have been
What is
nice
that?
for us to get out of here at, 9 o'clock local time instead of, whatever it's going to be. But
I was going to say, what does that make your estimated time of arrival at your home tonight, John?
damn late, like 2:30, 3, probably like that. But judging by how apparently all of Omaha is sliding out of control right now.
It's not.
It was kind of. I went next door to get lunch earlier, and I slid a little bit in our parking lot. It's weird. It's sleepy icy.
The main
Sleeper icy.
streets are totally fine.
Yeah.
It's the side streets that are going to be the pain in the butt today. The main streets,
Well,
like Dodge,
That
is fine.
sucks for me
Irvington's
because, I
fine.
like to take all side streets all the way back to Lincoln.
You do.
Well,
You
Lincoln
very
is
much
basically
do.
one big side street, so
That is true. That is true. Yeah, we if you notice, we're in various stages of dress. Happer's in our usual garb, and so
Nice.
is Nick.
very relaxed.
I'm wearing my sweatshirt, and Josh is going with the Mr. Rogers look today.
Well, I got a brand new. My
It's a
wife and
beautiful day
I,
in
we
the
went shopping
neighborhood.
on Sunday because she was like, "You need new dress clothes." So I'm wearing new dress pants, a new dress shirt, a new dress quarter zip, not a new tie.
So this
Whole
is-
question: do you want to be Josh's neighbor?
Oh, nice.
So this was an agreement between you and Rob Sims that you guys were going to wear sweaters to these games now? What is it?
Well, it's Shriner. We I don't remember the last time that I wore a suit to one of these games. We usually like being sweater boys. It's much more comfortable.
But you're already wearing the tie. Like,
know.
why not just not wear the sweater?
Well, now it allows me to wear my new pants.
It's like those people that they
What,
wear.
you can't wear pants with the shirt that you have on?
Yeah.
No, it's the jacket. It'd be I don't have it. This wasn't a suit, Happer. I bought new pants. Or are
Yeah.
you just saying wear the dress shirt?
I'm just saying wear the dress shirt without the
Oh, but
sweater.
I like the sweat. I think it's a good look.
So
You think it's a bad look? Do I
I
have a
don't think
bad
it's
look?
bad.
Right now?
I'm
It looks
just-
good. It's confusing to me because I've seen
Wow.
people who, when they dress up, they have like what Josh has, and then they have a sweater over the tie. But what's the point of the tie in that case? Why have a tie at all if you can't? Really
Because
see
I don't like
tie?
the look of the shirts that I have. The button seems to be too low, and then I'm exposing too much of my chest. So
Chest.
I figure why not throw the tie on?
Mm.
Sometimes you got to dress up and be casual and comfortable at the same time.
Whatever you got to do, man. Whatever you got to do to get ready for the game. It
Yeah.
works for me.
That's the dream that I have right now.
Charles says it's a cardigan, but thanks for noticing.
Great reference. I feel like we've made Dumb and Dumber references every day this week. on
I
the
made a
show.
lot of them on my show today because Providence, and
Yeah.
John's in Providence.
I'm in Providence.
John picked up a copy of the Rhode Island S word, on his way.
Oh, is that like the get your bleep contest thing? Get your
No,
bleep
different
together?
different S word.
By the way, register right now at 1620thezone.com.
that's
I
right.
hear they're gonna rename it to John Vidence.
Wow.
Really?
What? Did I miss something?
No, you're just
Nope.
Nope. I'm just saying things.
Why did you say that though?
What did he say? What did you say, Nick?
Sometimes
I'm
you get a
confused.
filter spot and your filter doesn't catch it.
He said I
That's what
thought
happened.
that they were going to rename Providence to John Vidence.
What in
I don't know why
the
he
world?
said that.
Uh-huh. Hello, everybody. Yep, that's fair.
Skip says we're spilling. We would have had these StreamYard issues, that's for sure. Though he would have told us about his walking
No,
shirt.
I am wearing pants. I have my pants on.
Okay, good.
I'm good.
Look at the pants, boy.
We all have pants. Show off your pants. Everyone show off
Look
your
at these
pants.
pants.
Look at these pants.
I
Look at
got
these
joggers.
pants.
I got sweatpants.
Yeah, I got
Ditto.
joggers.
These are also joggers, I guess. What's the difference between a jogger and a sweatpant? Or the jogger's cuffed at the end?
Yeah, it's got the little elastic on the ankle there.
Oh, then
I
I'm
think the
wearing
material
joggers.
is usually different too. At least I always think of joggers as more of like the
The slick.
I don't know.
You
Yeah.
could have sweatpant joggers. I just happen to not right now.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. Anywho, all right. Well, that was fun. Now we're.
is it over?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's only 2:02. We got time.
Yeah,
We can
what
turn
in the
this
world?
Around.
That'd be a
think we
fast
can-
goodbye.
I'll just not say anything for the next 20 minutes.
That's gonna make.
Well,
a
I
lot
don't
of
know,
people-
Nick. Every time you do, it just takes everything off into a weird direction.
That's true. You okay there, Nick? If you've had a day, it seems
It's been a busy morning.
busy morning.
Easy.
Easy.
John, do you have any takes on Uncle O'Grimacy? Are you happy he's back?
I mean, sure, it's going to be the official mascot of the College World Series. I look forward to seeing Uncle O'Grimacy back where he belongs in his rightful place among the nation's fast food elite.
Wait, what? Grimace is back?
Uncle O'Grimacy. It's Grimace's Irish uncle for the Shamrock Shake.
Wow.
He's green and fuzzy.
No kidding.
Mhm.
That's awesome.
They got rid of him for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't even remember him being a thing in the first place. So I'm just glad that they brought back something I didn't even know existed.
The Mets brought back Grimace last year.
The Mets did, and he helped them. They had the Grimace magic.
They did. They had like Grimace uniforms.
Well, they helped for a little bit. And then, remember, they also brought out Hakua Girl.
That is true. She's
The
canceled.
Mets had quite the year of bringing things.
Yeah,
up.
what's up with her? Is she still doing her podcast, or
No,
has
no,
it stopped ever
no.
since the whole Bitcoin thing?
I think she's literally missing. I
don't think she's literally missing. I think she just went dark because of the whole Bitcoin or meme coin fiasco.
Yeah,
so she's in hiding.
So how does this actually work?
Peter says she got arrested.
Oh,
is this true?
She made a meme coin.
She
I don't
worked
even
with
know
people.
what that.
There are people that made a meme coin and then reached out to her, and then she put her name on it, basically endorsing it. And then those people were shorting, I think, shorting people, causing it to doing weird cryptocurrency things. I don't understand it fully.
All right. Yeah,
This is what happens when you try to ask for an extra 5 minutes of your 15 minutes.
That's true, John.
It usually doesn't go well. So, congrats, Hakua Girl.
The Mets had a really interesting last season. They had the Grimace thing. They had the Hakua thing. They had one of their players was moonlighting as a Latin pop star.
That's right.
Can you imagine your whole life changing because you're drunk on a
my
street
God.
and someone puts a camera in your face?
Mm-hmm.
And at first you're like, this is the greatest day of my life. And then it turns into the worst day of your life in hindsight.
Well, I mean, she just took it a step too far. She didn't have to make
Right.
a meme coin. She could have stopped at the podcast.
She didn't even have to do the podcast, except Talk To It is a pretty funny name. That's a good
Well,
name.
and she's probably made a lot of money off of it. I would have done the
Definitely.
podcast. Look at me. I do many podcasts.
Yeah, you
Give me-
would
What's one
definitely-
more?
What was that podcast? Did she just talk to people? Is that all it was?
She just talked to herself and her friend and Pookie.
And
I thought she got somebody famous on.
Maybe. Oh, well, I don't know. I'm not sure who she
All right,
had
well, now
on
I'm
her
looking this up.
podcast. I don't even know how many she made before she was exiled.
13.
13.
She had
there was
the
only
intro.
13?
Well, 14 if you count the intro.
Mm.
She had Whitney Cummings on,
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wiz Khalifa, Jake Paul, Mark Cuban.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I know some of these names. Dasha. I don't know who Dasha is,
Mm-mm.
but Dasha was on. So,
That's
Those
that's a
were
list.
heavy hitters.
That's a list.
mm-hmm.
I wonder what Mark Cuban. I wonder what she and Mark Cuban had to talk about.
The Luca trade.
Cryptocurrency.
No, that wasn't him, remember?
Yeah, cryptocurrency. Here's what not to do. And then she did it.
Mhm,
Mark Cuban
that's
doesn't
true.
strike me as a crypto guy, unless I'm totally wrong. But seems like he has an online pharmacy.
He
that
made money
has
because
affordable things.
he had like, what was it, Johnny? Was like streaming radio was his
Yeah, it was
first bit. He
broadcast.com.
sold it.
He was basically
he sold it.
the guy that first started streaming audio broadcasts.
And now look at us. Thank you, Mark Cuban.
Thank you, Mark. We're on StreamYard now, and John sounded like a robot a little bit earlier.
That was
well, he
crazy.
didn't do StreamYard. He just did his own. He just did the audio stuff. He
That's
didn't
true.
do StreamYard.
Josh writes in on YouTube. Did she just talk to people? Yeah, that's 99.9%
No.
of podcasts.
That's fair, but like, was that the whole bit? You know, like some podcasts, yeah, they talk to people, but it's about baseball or it's about video games.
What would you expect her podcast to be about?
I don't know. That's why I asked. I would have no idea what this random lady who said something drunk on a camera would have to have a whole podcast about.
How long were they, Josh?
No idea. I was on the Wikipedia page, so it didn't have the length of them.
Wow, she had a Wikipedia page for her podcast?
Her podcast's Wikipedia page was longer than her Wikipedia page.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Dear God.
Man. Jordan says sex, probably. That's what
That
they
is
talked
probably
about.
true.
Yeah.
Probably true.
One day we're going to look back at this and this will seem normal because the stuff that we do 20 years from now will be weird. So I look forward to
That's
that.
true. That's true.
Be like, oh yeah, it's totally normal. Someone just randomly was captured on the street talking about spitting on that thing, and next thing you know, they're throwing out a pitch in a Mets game.
And then they made a meme coin and disappeared from
And
society.
then they made a meme coin.
Wow, what
Can
a
someone
sentence.
explain to me what meme? I don't even know what that
I asked
means.
Nick earlier, and he failed at describing it.
Okay, I'll
He
try
had too
again.
many meetings, I think.
A meme coin is like Bitcoin, but people made it specifically just as a joke.
Okay.
And then
So is
other
there
people,
money attached to it?
I mean, yes, because they made it as a joke, and then people buy into the joke. Again, they're buying nothing, but
God.
they think it's funny. And then they have 4 meme coins.
And now she's going to jail.
Yes.
Jail.
Why is she going to jail?
Stib said it was a rug pull. I don't know what rug pull means. I'm not a crypto bro or stock person.
Stibbs is on one today. Josh's future kid will have a podcast about listening to podcasts about street sex.
Fraud. Stib says fraud. Thank you, Stib.
Fraud. Yeah, I knew that.
Let's just
Obviously,
call
I
it
knew
fraud.
Let's
I
call
just
it
don't know
fraud.
exactly
It's
what she did
Going
wrong.
to jail for fraud. Got it.
Yikes. Not great.
Oh, goodness.
Ponzi scheme. One thing or the other.
Should we have a friend of the Grum meme coin, Nick?
Oh, and then you guys could do a rug pull.
That'd be awesome.
I don't think we should do a rug pull.
Yeah,
Nick's
I don't
going
know.
to jail.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Understandable, John.
Besides, what would be on our coin?
The friend of the program logo.
Yeah.
Duh.
Nah, but you got to have. I mean, you got to have a heads for heads and tails. Friend of the
That's
program
true.
can
It
be the
could be my
tail.
teeth. What about my
Maybe-
teeth, John?
Maybe the head could be Matt Rule. Tentacle Matt Rule.
Matt
Oh,
Rule.
and then when it goes
Matt
bad,
Rule.
then we can blame him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, where did that
And then
come from?
pretty soon, Matt Rule sharing the same prison cell with Hakua Girl.
I made that. I made Tentacle Matt Rule. It's
Why does he have tentacles?
because he wraps your tentacles around you. You start saying good things about Husker football. That's Matt Rule. He wrapped his tentacles around you.
Wow.
Mhm.
He's like
Indeed,
quicksand
Pepper.
in a way.
Sadly, though, Patrick's onto something. Lost all my meme coins from the dealer hitting on 20 at 1620.
No, you keep going. You keep going.
Blackjack.
Keep dealing cards.
Did you
Josh.
hear, John? Did you hear Severe yesterday when he was very disappointed in us for how we handled Blackjack?
I did not. I guarantee it got more laughs than their 21 on the radio.
Yeah, he said when he gets ready for the radio, he does prep, and then he just kind of let that hang in because we apparently didn't do prep on how to play Blackjack. I thought you knew how to play. I was following John's lead. John is the
It's
dad.
one of those. It's one of those things where, like, again, you know what to do, but then when you watch someone else do it, it makes perfect sense. And then when you have to do it, you're like, you forget which way is left. You know, it's just, I don't know. It made for a great bit, and we gave away tickets to a concert. It
That's
was
what we were trying to explain to Michael. It
You
was
guys
funny.
could have done a rug pull by just not giving away tickets at the end of it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
you lost again.
The next
You
time we play,
exactly 21.
the next time we play 21 on the radio, it'll be for $1 billion of Grum coin.
Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
that's right. Or 1 or 2 Grum coins or whatever it might be. Yeah.
Excellent.
Then you
That's
split
says
true.
it.
prep
One
for
Grum
radio
coin
is
is worth $1 billion.
Says prep for radios for the birds. I've never prepped once. I can't confirm when Stibbs fills in. 0 prep.
It's amazing.
No prep whatsoever.
He pulls
and then
it
I
off.
waste time doing prep for the show. It's like, why did I prep for the show with Stibbs? That was pretty
Well,
stupid.
there's got to be somebody who knows something on the show, right? There's
That's true.
Yeah,
There's
that's
got to
true.
be somebody who knows something.
somebody who knows something or has an idea of what you want to talk about on the show. Like,
Yeah.
you know, somebody should have told that to talk to her before she did the meme coin thing. Like, hey, you got to,
Maybe she wouldn't be in jail.
yeah, you got to
Yeah.
prep something.
Or on the lam.
You think Talk to prep for her podcast?
No,
Hell
Nah.
no.
definitely not.
Hell no.
Okay.
We know what her prep was about. It was about Hakua.
She really
Just
was
need to
living
drink
off
more
that.
water so I can get some more,
Okay.
And why didn't the guys who said Bing Bong become as famous as her?
Excellent
Yeah,
point.
where's the Bing Bong cast?
You know what? Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if the
No
Bing
one
Bong
remembers
was doing
Bing Bong.
a Knicks podcast.
Bing Bong was more famous than Hakua.
Was it?
Oh, I don't think so.
I mean, she has a podcast. Tips.
Yeah.
I
Ever.
definitely said Bing Bong a lot more.
Did
than
Bing Bong guy throw out the first pitch at a Yankees or Mets game?
I don't
Don't
know.
think so.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. And that's what I'm saying. Like, why not? Why didn't these guys become?
Bing Bong. Do we
Yeah.
still have that as a drop, Nick?
Somewhere.
Oh yeah, Bing Bong's on there.
I loved the Bing Bong guys.
Can't-
That was awesome.
Bring Bing Bong back, says
Mhm.
Jordan. Mike says Bing Bong coin. Yeah, Bing Bong was way cooler.
Well, cooler, definitely. More famous, probably not.
No,
Yeah, not as famous.
no.
Hakua Girl, like, broke Bing
Bong!
There it is. A minute later. That was funny.
Nah.
What was that even in reference to? I don't even remember.
It was the Knicks.
But it was I think it was the noise of that show, whatever that show was. It opens with like that noise of a subway. Dun, dun.
Yes.
It was after the Knicks won their first game of the season, and these fans lost their mind.
And they all said, so that side talk show, I mean, maybe like basically they just go out on the streets after the Knicks do anything and the crazy people just start yelling at it is actually really funny. I mean, it's horrible things are said, but it's really, really funny. It's like just street interviews in New York City. Maybe you'll get to see that, John, when maybe they'll be bing bonging for St. John's next weekend.
Yeah, could be. Though
that's on Sunday, right?
Yeah, it's on a Sunday. Though we don't usually. I mean, we bus in and we just go right in underneath. So I'm not outside amongst those people. But maybe they'll be hanging out in the upper deck of Madison Square Garden where I'll be. So
yeah,
I don't know. I'll be on the lookout for them.
Yeah, I don't know if most of those people go to the game or if they just stand outside the entire time. I'm not sure. But.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Should be lit there though. I mean, St. John's first place.
Well, it sounded pretty loud last night.
It did.
I'll say that. Looked pretty good. Rick Pitino then claimed that he was gonna kill himself a couple more times.
This guy loves talking about killing himself.
He loves talking about killing himself. I'm worried. I'm concerned.
I mean, I'm going to be worried one day where, it's actually going to happen. And it's like, well, it's not like the guy didn't tell you.
That's exactly what I said today. I'm like, man, we're one day we're going to look back and say, boy, that was a sign. I hope not. But
me too.
Yeah.
I don't remember him going off like that, though, when he was at Kentucky or with the Knicks or anything else. But this must be like a new thing.
He seems like a looser version of himself, a little bit. It feels like he's comfortable where he's at St. John's right now.
Yeah.
Mike says, John, you should do a Jays win, bing bong.
Oh, John, that's a great idea.
Creighton wins that game.
Bing bong.
Bing bong, Jays win afterwards.
That'd be pretty good.
All right. I'll see if I can work it in.
Nice.
Scary thing is we don't win much in this town, so I'm not making any promises.
That is true.
This has always been a bad town. I just realized today that one of the 3 wins that Creighton has in Providence wasn't even in the same building. It was on campus.
That was the most recent one during COVID. So that was their most recent win, and it was 4 years ago. They haven't actually won at the Dunk Amp since New Year's Eve 2018, which is I
remember that because I think that was the weekend we got snowed in because it snowed like crazy.
2018, like into 19 or into
18? It was 2018 into 19. It was New Year's Eve. And we ended up staying an extra day because it snowed and we couldn't get out until the next morning. But so we all walked down the street to the PF Chang's and had dinner.
Wow. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, there's enough good eating places around here. But if you want something funny to look at, and we showed it to him during lunch today, go back to the last time Creighton beat Providence. It was on campus. It was during COVID. So it was all the cardboard cutouts. And remember, all the benches were like 3 rows deep, and all the players were spaced out. And if you remember that game, that was the game where Providence got a late bucket with like 8 seconds left. Creighton inbounded right away. Marcus Zagorowski drove down the floor, pitched it to Christian Bishop, who went the rest of the way and jammed it with like 0.5 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
But if you watch on the Creighton bench, a young millennial Ryan Kalkbrenner, then wearing number 32 because Zagorowski wore 11. Mm-hmm. Kalkbrenner's on the top row. You got to watch his celebration. No, it wasn't one of those. It was some goofy dance. And we showed it to him today, and he was like, I don't need to see that again.
Amazing.
It was pretty funny.
So long ago. COVID.
It was. Yeah, I wasn't there. I was calling the game from the basement there at the radio ranch.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I hate that.
Josh, why are you laughing at me for watching old Creighton highlights today? What's wrong? It's called prep. Have you ever heard of it before?
Yeah, why? I guess technically you did need that watching for prep because we're talking about it now. But otherwise, what purpose did it serve
Well, I
for
just
the
wanted
show?
to see what it looked like. I wanted to see what it looked like the last time Creighton won against Providence on the road. And then
Excellent prep.
I wouldn't have figured out that information that it was on their on-campus thing if I didn't
That's true.
watch the video.
I guess
you
hard
go.
to argue with that. Did you hear, John, the thing that Happer did yesterday or this
No.
morning? Where
Don't
he
tell
watched-
people this, Josh.
He watched all the nerds. He watched Ken Palm and Bart
Yes.
and the Bubble. What's his name? Bubble Walkie? What's this guy's name?
No, not Bubble
Is
Watch.
this on Talk Tua?
No. There's a metric called WAB. Wins
Wob.
wins above bubble. And it's
That
not a
is the
guy.
dumbest
It's-
crap.
There's a real
Above
person
bubble.
behind it. So they did like the nerd. Andy Katz did like a nerd summit where they all like talk for like 25 minutes on Twitter. And yeah, I watch it. I'm a little ashamed of it. I'm sorry.
You should, though it ended up turning into a 30-minute segment that you had.
Well,
on
we
your
had to
show
go a little
today.
longer because Mitch texted me and he was like, "Hey, can you give me like 5 more minutes?" And then I had to keep going with the segment, and I didn't like that part of it either. But yeah, I know I had to watch it, so you guys have to watch it with me. That's the deal. You know,
Yeah.
that's the deal.
So what did you learn?
I learned that the nerds, that the nerds agree.
They hate what they have created. They hate predictive rankings.
kind of, yeah.
Which is weird. They hate their bodies.
They kind of hate what they created, but they want the committee to look at the results based metrics instead of the predictive metrics and all of those things.
Okay, interesting.
It was a mildly interesting 25 minutes. I regretted it kind of, but it did take up like 25 minutes of the show today. So.
How did Bart seem? Did he seem like he'd be a good guest?
Bart seemed like he'd be an okay guest. If I were to rank the
Better
guests,
than Ken Pomeroy?
Ken Palm would be the worst possible guest that you could get, probably.
Why is
and
that? I don't think I've ever seen Ken Palm.
He's a nerd, and
You're a nerd.
it's quite dry.
You're talking about Wob.
But
Bart-
he doesn't, Nick, he doesn't have good, he
didn't
doesn't
make-
enunciate his words very well.
I didn't make the analytics. I just talk about them on the radio.
Yeah.
There was a couple of them that would be halfway decent guests. Ken Pomeroy do not have Ken Pomeroy on the show.
Well, we know that Bart is not down, so are we sure he'd be a good one?
Yes, he actually was halfway decent when
Okay.
he talked. So maybe somebody should email him and ask him if he's down.
Who is the best? Who would be the best of the nerds?
Kevin Palga of the KPI. That would be the best one. He
Oh yeah.
he was good. Yeah, talk to that guy.
Palga?
Palgo.
Yeah, his name is Palga.
Can we call
I
him
don't-
Palgo?
He's just a guy. He's just a nerd.
Okay, I need to shut off the comments section because it really is going to be distracting if Stibbs keeps running off one-liners like he is.
You call him your pal Palga?
No, his name is it's like Pauga. Palga.
Palga. Like
Palga.
Pox.
Palga. Yeah, pow.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Unreal.
Yeah, but you know, I watched it, and now people are. I don't know. I wouldn't encourage people to watch it, but
I will not be watching it.
they are curious about my time watching it. So then I have to describe it, and then all of a sudden people are like, "Well, let's go see what these nerds are up to."
Fair enough.
Think about that. You were having a nice Wednesday, and then you watch these guys for a half hour. Or a nice Tuesday.
I did need one more topic, and I was hoping that I would get.
That girl is topic.
I was hoping that I'd get one more topic out of that, and I will be honest with you, I forced it. I forced the topic a little bit.
Sometimes you have to.
That's true.
You know, it's one of
That
those
happens.
things. All right. Well, as you know,
Crappy boo year.
yeah. I mean,
Happy
you know,
New Year.
I mean, considering how it started, you know,
I was gonna say
Whoopsie.
we got off to a rough start.
with Nick not paying attention in his meetings, and obviously,
Wow, Nick, unreal.
I was paying plenty of attention.
Yikes.
yeah. But the meeting was how to get the show started without any technical gimmicks.
I did not pay attention in that one. You're right.
Yeah, we could tell, Nick.
Yeah.
John sounded like a robot.
Okay, well that's not my fault. That's the computer. I'm not going to take
Interesting.
the blame for our computer being bad.
If it's always bad and it's the same bad, then I don't know. That feels more like user error than the computer.
Do you want to do this?
I-
Do you want to be the one behind here?
I've never been taught how to.
Interesting.
Is it
I
a
bet I
deal where we just need to restart that computer every time?
every day.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's what it's turning into.
I think so.
Seems like a lot of people could do it.
They don't though.
Talking about restarting the computer, Happer?
Mhm.
No, I'm talking about like doing it. You know.
Oh, being a producer.
I don't know. Stim said,
Nick
"I'll
has
do
a
it."
very Nick has a very specific job, so you can't just be anyone coming off the street to do this.
That's true. They have to learn. They must learn. You must teach them.
learn. Must learn. All right.
Wow.
Well, Happer, I guess enjoy your night of not calling a basketball game. But
I
watching-
know.
but
I gotta.
watching plenty.
I better find a basketball game somewhere to call. Where could
I think you should.
Not a bad idea.
Is there a high school where I could go call a game somewhere tonight just to feel like I'm included with my friends who are calling basketball games?
Just drive around, look for a game, step inside, open up your phone, announce it.
Maybe I'll play a video game and I'll call that.
That's a
Nice.
great
I'm
idea.
sure you
I
can
love
just drive around any random neighborhood. There'll be kids playing outside. Just call one of those.
I don't know. It's kind of messy out there right now.
Dude, it is. Be safe, Happer, when you go home.
I will.
Do be safe. Do be safe. All right. Well, the Grum, me and my lounge chair. This is a weird chair, by the way.
Yeah.
The footstool part is higher than the seat part.
Oh, weird.
That's not good.
I mean, it's
bad for
comfortable,
your
but
blood flow.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, right now I feel okay, but I'm wondering by the end of the show if I'll not have any more feeling in my extremities.
Classic
Good luck,
Providence.
Classic Providence, indeed.
They're doing this on purpose to you, John. They're trying to ruin your mood before the
Providence,
game.
where the ottomans are higher than the chair.
Put that on their state flag.
We will be back. The Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It is so very February.
That's a great way to describe it.
Yeah,
I like it.
February sucks.
John's gone. See you
Bye,
later, John. Good to see ya.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
John's back. Hi, John. That wasn't me this time.
No, that was bizarre. The StreamYard just kicked me out.
Was it because of one of the lamps behind you?
I loved how you said it's so very February, and then you disappeared. I was like, I mean, that's one way to quit the month of February.
Yeah.
See you later, everybody.
I'm gone. I'm out of here. It was
That's all,
was
folks.
working great. No, it's. I mean, it now while it is sunny here in Providence, it is still
Not here.
bitterly cold. Basically, same as it is back home. It's just not doing any crappy stuff out of the sky, though. I think it's supposed to start doing something late tonight. So
Ah,
it's freaking everywhere. It's funny though, you know, you look around and all the snow is happening in like New Orleans, Houston, you know. I saw a picture. I think I saw a picture that there was snow in the Acropolis in Greece or something.
Weird.
It's
Just
just,
the climate is changing or something.
well, it does. I mean, usually in the wintertime it's cold, and in the spring it warms up. In the summer it's abysmally hot. Climate changes all the time. Yeah.
John, wow. How about this? John's small chair writes on Twitch. John looks far too comfortable, and that chair looks far too small.
It's actually it's a fair sized chair. It just leans back really far.
Like the song.
And then, like I said, the ottoman part is like elevated. It's like higher
Very
than
strange.
the seat part.
It's just a chair that's in the corner facing the bed in the hotel, right?
It's a
John?
normal chair.
Yeah,
It's a
I
A
would
normal corner chair.
I would classify it as a normal hotel room corner chair.
Mhm.
Nice.
That's-
What happens if you have one of those normal hotel room corner chairs in your own home? What would we call that?
A normal bedroom corner chair, Josh. Don't be
okay.
ridiculous.
All right,
Yeah,
just one.
exactly. It would be like having, you know, a sink outside of your bathroom. You know, like
Normal.
lots of hotel
Dumb.
rooms do.
Not normal.
You know?
Not normal.
In fact, Josh, this will be my housewarming present to you when you get the house with the sink outside the bathroom. Will be this corner chair with the
Wow.
elevated ottoman,
What a guy.
and you can
What
put it right next to the sink, and it'll be like you're in a hotel room. It'll be great.
Very normal.
I think I figured out why I got kicked out of the StreamYard a moment ago.
because you
It was
exited.
one of the lamps.
No, it wasn't the lamp. It
What did
was I was trying to upload the Grum down, and
Oh boy, John Scrum down.
why do you get triggered? You only get triggered by this when I'm not there. You don't get triggered by it when I'm there in front of you. It's almost
Just-
like you're afraid of something.
John, this is the Grum down he misses. Look at those normal
Oh,
bullet
it
points.
That looks
so
ugly.
neat. It
Look
looks
at how
so
great it
good.
looks. Look
I
at that.
love that.
Well,
We talked
are
about
you on
alien.
his side now too?
Me? I've been on Nick's side the entire time.
No,
You're
you
all
haven't. You
normal.
haven't made any opinion about it.
What
John,
are you
you
talking every time? Yeah, I make fun of yours every time we talk about it.
Josh loves my graphics. Josh thinks I have a good graphical eye, and I
That's
agree.
not your
Josh,
graphic,
I think
though.
he does too.
That's why I love the graphic that Nick made for today's show. You see it?
That
It's
wasn't
right there.
No, that's not the one for today. That was yesterday's.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The
I
one
was
for
wondering-
today, I need to get uploaded yet.
Well,
I mean, come on, look at this. Look at how attractive that is. Everything's even and neat, and you've got. So you hate the Zone logo?
I don't.
no,
hate
I
the
love
Zone
the Zone logo. We just don't need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 of them.
You don't
Well,
need to use
instead of your lame ass thing that's got the little dots. I thought,
For the
hey,
record,
look,
you
it's
were
a
the one
zone
who
logo.
made the other one. You were the one.
You know what? I will attempt to change it then. If it offends you two so much, I will change it back to the way it used to be.
No, because I'm scared that you're going to lean into it and do something even more ridiculous for the bullet points now, because that's who you are.
John, feel free to do whatever you want to do. It's
Make him
going to give us
corner chairs.
content. The fact that the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard, has turned into content unto itself is a testament to your creativity.
It's great
And
content.
it only gets brought up on the days that I come back after Nick sees the old one and I like this one better.
That's true. Because
otherwise, when we run it any other day, there's no objection whatsoever.
Oh, there's an objection. It's just inside.
Well, maybe that's the part of the meeting you missed today, was the part where you should be less objectionable.
There
So
could be a lot
anyway,
of this meeting I missed.
the Jays seek divine providence.
Nice. Oh, so
I got
John
it.
can make Providence puns, but I can't.
Well, what was the one that you said, Nick? John Vidence?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
not a
horrible.
pun. That's just combining words.
Fedor Zugic, I did an interview with him last night for the 1620 The Jays podcast. We're going to play a small snippet of it later on in the Grum today that
nice kid, Nick.
I think you will find amusing. The Huskers, can they sweep the Western Swing? They're playing late tonight. So, if you like basketball, you got your Creighton women's game at 6. There's a slight overlap with the men's game, which starts at about 7:30-ish. But the women's game will be almost over. And then right after the Creighton game, the Nebraska men's team will play at Washington. So it's perfect. It's basically a triple header of local basketball. We don't get those very often.
No, we do not. Think
So
about the
much
fact that
basketball.
there will be a game that starts at 6, and by the time the last game finishes, it will be almost midnight. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
We have some NIL confidential, which very interesting read. They talked to some folks around the college football and the NIL world about this recent cycle, and maybe a team from Lincoln is mentioned.
Oh, hello.
Maybe a team from Lincoln is mentioned. Mike Schaefer will be along later today. It was such a popular segment to move him into the happy hour last week. It was so popular that John Cook decided, I'm quitting. That we're bringing it back for a second straight week. So Schaefer will join us.
Can't wait to see if any news breaks during today's interview at 4:45.
Yeah.
Right.
Super Week. Of course, Super Week is brought to you by our friends at Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. Mitch Holthus, live from the Big Easy.
We saw him on the TV yesterday, John, and Severe was like, that's what he looks like. He was doing an interview with NFL Network. And Michael, I think, almost smashed the television. So
Michael's never seen Mitch Holthus before?
Apparently not. He's not a fan of Mitch Holthus.
We know Michael's not a fan of the Chiefs. So
did you hear that he's giving up football if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl? If they win, he says he's done with the NFL. He will not watch anymore. Now that is some rent-free living right there, like KC. That is some rent-free living.
I'm calling BS on this.
I would
agree.
agree.
No way. There's no way. I mean, he would have nothing left in his life. He'll
just rewatch The West Wing over and over and over.
Jeez, talk about a wasted existence. Flip-flop and fly to the bench. We'll explain later. Oh, wait.
What in the world?
I hated that.
Dumb debate. You wonder if he was wearing that night in the Italian restaurant. Anyway.
It would have been if he was.
Dumb debates will be earlier today to accommodate Mr. Schaefer. And we'll ask the question, how desperate is Georgia to win again? All of that and more coming up today on the Grum Down. We thank the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard for presenting us our Grum Down, our very attractive and handsome Grum Down with the very cool normal graphics.
Those are like the corner hotel room chair of graphics.
Listen, don't knock the corner hotel room chair until you've tried it.
I guess that's true. That's a good point, John.
Yeah, I've never tried a corner hotel room chair.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Hey, you've never sat in the corner hotel room chair when you've been in a hotel?
No.
Really?
Yeah, I usually go to the desk chair.
Oh, it's so uncomfortable though.
Well, I will say for the
What's
people
bad?
here at the Omni Hotel in Providence, the desk chair is comfortable. I could have opted for the desk chair, but then I saw this comfortable corner chair with my 2 lamps.
An ottoman that's a little high.
Yeah, and the ottoman that's a little too high, and thought I'll try moving over here. But if my back starts giving out because of the awkward seating position I'm in, I'll move to the desk chair. But I also wanted to take advantage of some of the natural light that was beaming
It's very nice.
beaming in over my over
It's
my
good
shoulder.
lighting, John. As the video director, thank you for doing that.
Also, your
Exactly.
camera is way better than it used to be, John. Which is we
It is a
also
better
thank you for
camera.
that. I
It
got a
is a-
text, John, from an unnamed source. People that don't like The West Wing are some of the most ignorant people on the planet. They did
Oh,
a study. It's proven.
Oh,
Hard to
God.
argue with that.
Jeez.
Hard to argue with that.
I didn't know he had fallen off the wagon again.
I watched season 1 of The West Wing. I really enjoyed it, and then I just never got around to
I
finish it.
never saw it. I never saw
Couple
it.
episodes of it, I think.
Yeah,
It's probably
I like
too
season
old
1.
now. It's probably too old and probably hits too close to home now.
Well, that was one of the things that he
Yeah.
talked about was how prescient it felt, even though the show is about 20 months old or 20
But
years.
the difference
20
being
years.
in the show, they actually stopped things.
Interesting.
They stopped things.
Mhm.
Well, 402-951-1620 if you want to hit us up. In the be careful out there. The streets might be slick in some areas. Hotline.
Hotline. Yeah, it's a little wordy today, but it'll work. It'll work.
It's wordy, but it's a good public service to everyone out there because apparently this stuff is like catching people by surprise. You know, like you said, if the streets have been treated, they're fine. But you know, all it takes is one little spot where you're not expecting it, and all of a sudden you're careening out of control. I mean, there's been several accidents in the metro and in Lincoln today. So do take it easy out there. You know, Nebraskans are notorious for if the weather's been good for a while or at least dry, then all of a sudden it starts snowing and they've forgotten somehow how to drive on slick streets. So just take it easy out there and make sure you don't hurt anybody, especially yourself.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. A J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed
Nice.
at USC 1620.
Can always find us there.
Yeah. Put out a question earlier today that's going to coincide with a conversation that we had with Mike Schaefer later in the Grum. I think a little trivia for you. It really puts things into perspective.
Okay.
Of how bad Nebraska's special teams have been over the years. And you can also email the Grum. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. And of course, those are the two best ways to send in your dumb debates. We could use a few more dumb debates come your way.
John, something that you didn't include on your Grum Down thing.
What?
We have tickets to Cake today as well.
Yep. See, there's no tickets to Cake on the Grum Down.
Thanks, John.
I don't usually. I just order a piece of cake. I don't. have
Cake
tickets.
the band, John. I knew you were going to make that joke the second I knew we were getting these tickets.
Nice.
Coming to the Astro on June 1st, and you can win tickets today by guessing the secret phrase. Not guessing, hearing the secret
Wait.
phrase.
Yes. Everyone call it
Yes,
just
the
guess it.
secret phrase.
Don't you just guess what the secret phrase is?
You,
That'd be an awesome bit.
that would be. You listen for the secret phrase.
Oh.
Yesterday, we had a secret phrase. Today, it's a different one.
What's today's phrase, Nick?
Today, not right now, but next time you hear long jacket.
Long what?
Jacket.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something else.
Long jacket. Whenever you hear long jacket, not now, the next time, call 402-951-1620.
What's the significance of long jacket?
Because Cake has a song called Short Skirt and Long Jacket, John. Keep up.
Duh, John. Everybody knows this.
What do you mean keep up? I have no idea. I didn't even know this was a band. I wasn't familiar.
They're going
We
the
could've-
distance, John. They're going
We-
for speed,
She's all alone
all alone.
in her time of need.
Yeah. Wow.
Cool.
They play
John,
that
you would like
instrument
that
during
song.
it.
It's about racing cars.
It's about
Cool.
racing cars, John.
I thought a better catchphrase today would have been high ottoman.
I thought it would have been meeting.
Well, none of those, as far as I know, are in Cake. Meeting might be in a Cake song somewhere.
So the
Stib
next-
says-
So the next time you hear the phrase,
Mhm.
you be caller what?
Just call.
The first
You
person
hear
to
the
call
phrase,
him.
just
Okay.
call. Yeah.
Okay.
First person.
Then you have to tell me what the phrase is. I'm not just going to let you have it.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of the phrase.
Sip says, set a pair of those to the side for me. I'm the biggest Cake fan in Omaha.
Has Cake ever liked any of your tweets, Stibbs? Because Cake has liked my tweets.
Have they really?
One of my tweets.
What did you say to them?
It was something political. And then they're like, yeah,
wow,
I agree.
Stick to songs, Cake, or food.
Stick to the oven.
Yes.
Because that's where cakes are made.
They are indeed baked.
All right. Did you guys see today
Hear about this?
Now tomorrow, Danny Busboom Kelly will be formally introduced to the
Yes, not today.
to
Thursday,
the people.
Wednesday.
Yeah, tomorrow. The background of everything that took place. Mitch Sherman did a great story on this today in The Athletic about everything about basically the dominoes that had to fall for all of this to happen, and how really, a lot of this, it's gone back, and you probably heard some of it, when Cook made his farewell address last week, but just the idea that it was always in the back of their mind, or at least in the back of John Cook's mind after he had that fateful dinner with Danny, about when she revealed that she has the clause in her contract that says there's no buyout if I leave for one job, and that one job is Nebraska. And then it also talks about how John Cook had to break the news not only to Harper Murray, but to Harper Murray's mother, who, and they had to kind of navigate how to approach it with Harper because of the closeness of that relationship, and how, he has basically became like a second father after everything that's happened in the last 18 to 24 months. So really well done story. And it goes to show you, we hear about these transitions at times and how they can be very clumsy, and, trying to hand the baton off from one person to the next, or, power struggles that take place, especially after you have someone of great significance leave a program or a franchise, and how this one, it seems like it just, like at every turn, the right piece fit when it came to this, transition. And it's another reason why I think, this program's going to be set very, very well for the future, because it just seems like, having the right people in the right place at the right time. I mean, imagine if, a more, well, I guess I'll say egotistical or me first athletic director were sitting in that chair right now. I can think of one in particular from days gone by, actually a couple from days gone by, who, were very much, wanting to put their stamp on the program. And, the interaction that, certainly John Cook, while he endorsed Danny, he wasn't just going to say, all right, this is exactly how it's going to go. Though, in most of those cases, when you have a legend leave and the legend suggests somebody, and that somebody happens to be someone off of his tree, I mean, it's hard to say no. But the way that the meeting went down with Troy Dan, and how, it just seemed like a natural fit. Those things very well documented by Mitch in this story. And it just reminded me again of the great shape that this program seems to be in, and how John Cook seems to be getting out at the perfect time for everybody, for himself, for the team, for the program, and for Danny.
Yeah, he had a chance to talk to the guys from Volleyball State yesterday, and one of the things that he mentioned was when he left Wisconsin and where he was at in his personal life in terms of children, and if Terry Pettit decides to move on just a few years later, maybe he's retiring from Wisconsin right now instead of retiring from Nebraska. And that was something that he thought of with bringing her to Nebraska. As we mentioned last week, John, she is pregnant with her second child. The baby is due in May. And so you get just a little bit further down the road, and maybe your children are starting to get, I don't want to say involved in the community more, but, they're going to school, they're making friends, and it gets just a little bit harder to move on. And, Cook has mentioned multiple times since last week that his grandkids are like, when are we going to see you? And that's weighing on him, that having that relationship with his family and with the people in his life, and how it's the perfect moment for her to move on as well. Pretty interesting, just in terms of some of the things now that we have heard. I thought the story was excellent. He has mentioned multiple times thinking about Harper and how she would respond to this news. And so for Mitch to get the quotes, he talked about it with Happer this morning on Locked On. I think he talked to Harper Murray's mom on Friday, and Mitch said that he was getting emotional just kind of hearing the story. So really good stuff, and what is still something that stuns me, and how they kept it, so locked down over the course of all that time that they were talking behind the scenes, where it gets announced and like barely anybody had any idea that it was coming down the pike.
So we'll have some of that tomorrow when Danny actually speaks to the Nebraska media and to the fans openly for the first time. We'll have that tomorrow here on the program, but still to come. We got a lot today to get to on the show. Again, Mike Schaefer will be in the happy hour today. So coming up next, NIL Confidential.
Ooh.
A number of folks in the NIL world commenting anonymously, of course, so that we get the juicy stuff about who's spending the money, how much are they spending, how much is being asked, who's getting it, and what positions seem to be getting the most of it. Some interesting stuff exposed today on On3, and we'll discuss that and have a lot more. 402-951-1620 if you want to jump on the hotline or text. Certainly you can. 402-951-1620. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Send us those dumb debates, or on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed as well, at USC 1620. We will be back and have more, and who knows, maybe during breaks I'll regale the folks, because
Jack Mitchell.
We'll do a sideshow. We'll do a sideshow from the High Ottoman.
The corner chair show with John Bishop.
Corner chair show.
Awesome.
On 1620 The Zone. Would you look at that? Nick put Mitch Holthus as the logo for today's graphic. That will certainly not trigger folks. I mean, I almost think it's too bad Mitch won't be on the StreamYard, because I would like to ask him, look at the size of the microphone on the headset. The mic on the end of that boom is one of the largest I have ever seen. That thing is enormous. Holy cow. Drake, I appreciate it that you love the hot mic here in my comfortable hotel room. I do need to get my nasal spray, though. It is a very big muff, Mike. Yes, it's a huge muff. Very large muff. It's not cocaine, Jimmy. It's Vicks nasal spray. Do 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 do. Ba, 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 ba. My dark horse to win March Madness. I do like the Texas Tech pick. Almost feel like dark horse. It almost has to come from a league that's not the SEC. Welcome back. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. Of course, we've got a busy night of basketball. The Creighton women will be taking on Seton Hall tonight at 6, correct? Shortly after 6?
Yep.
On 1180 The Zone, and then I'll have coverage here from Providence as the Jays look for their 8th straight win and their 5th straight on the road, which they've never done in the Big East Conference. 7:30 tip-off time. Austin Jacobson will take over after we're done at 6 o'clock with Blue Jay shoot-around, and, of course, complete post-game with Jimmy and the gang afterwards right here on 1620 The Zone. As Nick mentioned earlier, he has the secret phrase to win those tickets to Cake. So if you missed the phrase, you have to go back to the last segment and find out what that is. But they are coming to the Astro on June the 1st, which is a Sunday, and you can listen all this week for your chance to win. More details online at 1620thezone.com.
Think about that. On June 1st, it'll almost be time for you two to be back up in the palatial broadcast booth for the Men's College World Series. John, it looks like you're drinking bourbon right now with that news.
It does, doesn't it? It does. It's iced tea.
Drinking bourbon in the corner chair, John.
Yep,
Nice.
drinking bourbon in the corner chair.
Sniffing things during the
You
break.
know, if this would be a better decade like the 1980s, I could smoke in this room, but, can't do that anymore.
Better indeed.
Can't have my pipe. So on 3, went around and interviewed a variety of different people from different conferences. Most of them were people who were intimately involved with NIL collectives. Some folks were within team organizations, personnel people, operations directors, things like that, and asked a variety of questions about how the money was spent this season in NIL. Of course, we just wrapped up this first phase of NIL, first phase of the transfer portal. There's obviously another one coming in the spring, and who knows, the way things are changing, it could be the last time we have a post-spring period if they decide to change some of the calendar. But right off the bat, folks were asked who spent the most money on their transfer class, and the answers were a little bit varied. Texas, and we'll have more on them in a minute, they were a popular choice. There was one person who was close to an SEC collective that said Texas was the number one school. A Big 12 collective.
Schools in general spent a bleep ton of money was the quote.
Bleep ton of money was the quote. Oregon was mentioned, A&M was mentioned, and Nebraska is a school that has spent. They were somebody that we competed with a bunch of guys. This was someone who was close to a Big 12 NIL collective. Tennessee was also mentioned. Auburn was mentioned. So a lot of the same players, but it's interesting that one person thought that Nebraska is a school that has spent, and certainly when you bring in, is it 16? Now I've almost lost track. Yeah, 16 guys have come in the portal. Certainly I can't imagine that Rocco came cheap given his position and the lateness of his transfer, and everyone's always looking for linemen. Certainly a guy like Williams Winery probably didn't come cheap. So it wouldn't surprise me if Nebraska was among the bigger spenders. Yeah, wide receivers.
Dane Key, for example.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they spent as much or more than Texas, but to say that Nebraska was, would it be safe to say that Nebraska was a top 10 spender in the in the transfer cycle period? I think that's a pretty safe assumption.
Yeah, it's a good question, honestly, is the dollar figure and where that would rank. But just given the additions and given the positions in which these additions came from, you'd have to imagine so. The one thing that they didn't do, they did add a quarterback, but it wasn't like a Cam Ward last year, or Will Howard last year, where it's like this guy's a can't miss, obviously, because they brought back Dylan Raiola. But if you look at maybe keeping Dylan Raiola on the roster, it certainly wouldn't surprise me as well if they spent a pretty coin on that one.
Yeah, certainly, a lot of your budget, if you were in the market for a quarterback, a lot of your budget's going to go in that direction. So certainly that would raise a few teams' spending overall if they had to go out and get a quarterback. Next question was who spent their money the smartest, and almost universal response was Georgia. I thought the person behind the ACC collective who was quoted in this story had an interesting response. They said, Georgia is pretty good with how they spend their money. Kirby is still able to play off that cachet that is Georgia. It is rare that they ever overspend. When these kids were growing up, Georgia was the program. Georgia is probably still the safest bet in college football if I want to play in meaningful games. Now, again, this is all hearsay because, you never know what the facts are, because there were certainly folks who thought, and we talked about it last week here on the show, about how, there's an open question out there of, did the SEC fall back to the pack this year because of NIL? And one of the theories out there is that teams, especially like Georgia and Alabama, they can afford to undercut somebody in terms of, like, for example, let's just say we'll just use a generic position. We'll just say you're an offensive tackle, and let's say, most people are going to spend $1 million on one. All right, just throwing out round numbers here, but maybe a Georgia could come in and say, well, we can do 700, but remember, you're playing for Georgia, and so your chances of getting to the NFL are better, and so you get kind of the good program discount, if you will, and
you're going to get developed, and you're probably going to end up in the pros.
Exactly. Yeah. So, answers like this and having Georgia in there as far as spending money the smartest, it's probably because they can afford to, simply because, they do have that cachet. Now, the question will be, if they go another year or another 2 years without winning the national championship, that's one of those things that can turn on you really quick, right? Because right now, Ohio State's got that. They can say proof's in the pudding. If Georgia goes another year or two and the scuttlebutt around college football is, well, maybe they've lost a bit of a step, then all of a sudden you got to start ponying up more, because you don't necessarily have that cachet of being the championship school.
Yeah, 100%. Until they have proven otherwise, Georgia's going to be a school where, if you go there, you're going to have a chance to play meaningful football games. You're going to have a chance to play for the playoff or in the playoff, and you're going to have a chance to get drafted. Until they prove otherwise, that's who they are. Alabama is an interesting test case moving forward because they don't have the guy in charge that they had in charge for so long. Georgia still does, though, and Kirby Smart.
So as far as the juicy dollar figures, the question was asked of these anonymous responders, what is a team paying for a high-end quarterback recruit in year one? And the numbers vary, but you're basically, if I were to do the average of what everyone responded, it's in the ball. It's between $1 and $2 million a year. Some people went as high as as 2.5 to 3.5 million, but I would say on average, everyone seems to be saying it's in the $1 to $2 million range for a quarterback. Now, how much does that change? Was there a Cam Ward, for example, in this year's quarterback transfer class? I don't know.
I don't think so. I'm trying to think of the quarterbacks that the schools have landed, or the ones that,
Oklahoma got the kid from Washington State who was considered to be like the best one, but is he Cam?
Yeah.
Is he a Cam Ward type? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think, Husker Country says, question, did Dylan Raiola get a raise in NIL? I'd be stunned if he didn't. He stayed. Drew Aller stayed at Penn State. Those were some of the big names. Avery Johnson.
That's a really good question, by the way. It's not just about what the price is to go get a new one. What about the price it is to keep the one you have?
Yes, exactly.
Because that's probably as impactful as, the ones who are actually out on the open market, because it's the price of just keeping a guy from even putting his name out there. Because if a quarterback, and we use Dylan as an example because that's what was brought up, but let's say Dylan decided to shop himself on the open market openly, everyone knew it was out there, and then still ended up coming back to Nebraska. There's always going to be that, oh boy, is he really stable? Are we really stable with him? So there's probably a price to be paid. And again, I only use Dylan as an example. I'm not saying this is what happened, but I think there's probably an extra benefit to, being preemptive, jumping out in front of the story, going to your most valued player, in this case, the quarterback, and saying, hey, what's it going to take to keep, anything out of there so it looks like, everything is copacetic. I bet there was probably a little bit of that spending as well. Not only just to, to keep the quarterback, but also to keep them from getting their name out there. And, unfortunately, in the case of Dylan, it did get out there a little bit. Now we don't know how much of it was true, but there was all the silliness about him going to Miami. That was out there.
There was that. There was some Georgia noise that was out there. There was some Texas A&M noise that was out there. Yeah, it's an excellent point. Adam texts in, John, and he says, and I know this is something that you and I debated a little bit, but he says Ohio State is a good example. They spent $20 million on their roster last year. Almost all of that was to retain current guys, not to go portal or not to go get portal guys, rather. And so, yeah, they're a good example of the majority of their money was actually spent on keeping. It was not spent on adding.
This question was interesting because, and I like these types better because certainly, when people just throw around dollar figures, you never know what's actually true. But in terms of what positions have seen the most gain in value over the last year, the SEC person who was quoted in this story said linebackers. He said a guy that you could get for $100,000 last year. Schools are paying $80,000 or $800,000. I'm sorry, $100,000 to $800,000 for this cycle. Offensive line was certainly mentioned. Offensive tackle, wide receiver was mentioned. So it looks like a lot of offensive line, wide receiver, and of course it depends too on your personal experience. If you were in the market for a quarterback, you probably felt like the market for quarterback jumped. Versus, if you were looking somewhere else. But it certainly seems like offensive linemen, linebackers, wide receivers were the positions that saw the most jump in value. And you know what? All it takes in those circumstances, Josh, is just one or two teams who are willing to overpay and have a desperate need at a certain spot to jump in, and all of a sudden the rest of that market, it gets reset for everyone else down the line. It's a trickle down effect.
Yep, you are worth what someone is willing to pay you. And so if someone is willing to pay a quarterback, that's really, really good, $2 million, whether in the market for quarterbacks that are really good is suddenly $2 million. And, if a school is able to pay X amount of dollars to retain a wide receiver, well, then a wide receiver that is, of similar skill set or similar numbers is probably able to, attain those types of numbers. I'd love to know, like, what a Jeremiah Smith, what he can command now, whether it's externally or internally with Ohio State, because I'm guessing it's quite a few dollars given what he was able to do as a true freshman for the Buckeyes.
As we saw in this class, a couple of the earliest guys that Nebraska pulled out, they got a tackle in Pritchett from Alabama, and they got an edge in Winery from Missouri. And one of the questions that was asked was, what does it take to get an elite offensive tackle or edge? And, again, the budget is anywhere between $500,000 and $1 million. The real ones, a couple of them were just saying on average around $750,000. So think about that. I mean, if you were already in the market for a quarterback and you had to spend over $1 million, then you're looking for, we got to have someone to protect him. That's probably at bare minimum another $500,000 to get a tackle. And the question was about an elite offensive tackle. And it wouldn't surprise me for some if there were guys that were getting close to $1 million.
Yeah. And so what was he worth would be a great question, given that didn't really do a whole lot at Missouri, but has the pedigree in that he was a 5-star not that long ago. This isn't a 5-star 4 years removed. This is a 5-star 1 year removed. And so I have to imagine that those players, it's like a former first-round draft pick in the NFL, John. Those players are still going to be able to command something, even if their most recent production is pretty much non-existent. And that's what his was.
Again, reading stories like this, and when you've been covering the sport as long as I have, and you hear the rumors about what people are asking for, and you remember movies like we did with Blue Chips when we reviewed that in Movie Club. Again, reading some of these to me today is still very surreal because it feels like I'm reading out of the script from Blue Chips. There was a question asked, are recruits asking for more amenities than ever? And let me read.
Yes, for that one.
Yeah. There was one here that from an ACC personnel person. So this is someone inside of an ACC football program, said, we're talking cars, travel for the family, private jet hours. We get a lot of guys asking for penthouse condos for $6,000 a month. Every guy thinks that they need to be bought a car. We had a high school kid ask us to buy the parents a house, and it was a $450,000 house.
Well, and that's why. So, like when you hear the dollar figure, do know that includes everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if a player, let's just use round numbers again, $1 million. Inside of that $1 million are some of the things that John just mentioned: house, car. So it's not
right.
million, and then on top of that a car, and on top of that a house, and so it's all folded in.
And one of the things that will be very interesting, and again, the whole college football world is still trying to wrap its arms around exactly how it's going to work with revenue share. But I wanted to read this from a Big 12 NIL collective representative, because remember, revenue sharing is supposed to be coming online next fall. And it's supposed to, I'm using air quotes here, it's supposed to take over from what NIL has been doing. Here's what the Big 12 representative said. He said, schools are dipping into that revenue sharing bucket and using a lot of it, which will present an interesting scenario come December. The schools that spent their 2025 and 2026 revenue sharing budget on just their 2025 roster are going to struggle come next December. And the schools who are a little bit more measured in how they spent are going to have a lot more money left over for next December's portal cycle. The other thing is supercharged the market is you've got this 6-month period where you have an ability to finish out the wild, wild west. A lot of schools are front loading their NIL budgets to get guys paid a lot of money pre-revenue sharing. So right now we're in that interim period, if you want to call it, where it's the so-called dying days of the current structure of just NIL. And then in the fall, provided that the settlement all, gets hammered out and everyone follows, what they're supposed to do, then the revenue share, which again, for schools, they can share up to $20.5 million among all of their sports. That's supposed to take over from what we now are considering NIL. And it sounds like some people are kind of they're paying forward, and they're trying to use the money that they have budgeted for this fall all for this roster. But come next December, when the next big portal period opens up, I'm kind of skipping ahead because obviously there's one in the spring, but when the first portal period of, we'll call it next academic year, opens up in December, some of these schools who have already budgeted some of that money won't have it, is what they're saying. And then where does that leave them? And then you think back to what Matt Rule said earlier this week when he talked about how some schools are having to go out and raise the money for their revenue share versus schools like Nebraska who have already got it budgeted. And so it's part of their line item, and it's something that they have already planned for. And it's in this year's budget. It'll be in next year's budget and in every budget down the road.
Incredible that you can dip into that.
Yeah.
And going back to what you said at the very start of that discussion, doesn't seem legal, and it certainly seems to defeat the purpose of all of this type of stuff, where they should be separate buckets. How this ends up unfolding, with what's happening with the Department of Education inside of the government right now, how you had the exiting administration recommend one thing. It doesn't seem like the current administration is going to follow suit with that. The idea of donor fatigue and how that fits into all of this as well, given that, that's what NIL is. That is donor dollars. And so what happens when a school is paying the players directly? How much are some of these donors just going to disappear because they've been given money for a while and now they don't have to anymore because it in theory is supposed to be under the purview of the university?
It was a really good read. It's on On3 if you want to check it out.
Fascinating stuff,
and get some of the inside skinny. And again, I probably should have prefaced this at the very beginning, but a lot of these folks are saying the things, and I know that they were done anonymously, so maybe they were a little more open and honest, but a lot of it is what they hear from other people and what the scuttlebutt is in that kind of underground community. And you never know if you're actually getting hard and fast truthful numbers or if they're purposely inflated or underinflated, I guess, to what the reality is. It's a crazy world out there, and it's only going to get weirder.
Oh yeah.
Coming up, we're going to continue on the road here on the program. We've got I saw an interesting reaction. I don't know if this was a side swipe or not, but Steve Sarkisian was commenting on how the new world is going to look in the offseason of college football without spring football. Also, we've got dumb debates still to come. If you want to get your dumb debates in, send them in to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 or John at 1620 The Zone, Josh at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. You can do all of those things, and we'll get to that a little bit earlier today. But a quick reminder that we were just talking about NIL. Well, here's a chance for those of us little people who don't have the big money to spend, but still want to give a little something to our favorite schools. Well, here's a way to do it, and it's a fun way to do it, to reward your local teams right here in Nebraska, because On the Line, based right here in Omaha, works with Creighton, with Omaha, and with Nebraska. And this is an opportunity for you to assign a dollar figure to any measurable metric. It could be wins, it could be points, it could be, field goal percentage, whatever the measurable metric it is that you decide to choose. And for every time that metric hits, you assign a dollar figure that you can budget, you can afford, and that money will go straight to your favorite school's NIL collective. So visit athleticsontheline.com today and find out more. It's fun, it's easy. It's a way to gamify your giving and support your favorite schools. On the Line, the way to help your schools recruit and retain the best college athletes. So visit athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Tonight it's the Wilhelm Breidenbach Bowl. Have you forgotten about Wilhelm Breidenbach?
How can you forget about Wilhelm?
He sounds like an Indiana Jones bad guy.
Wilhelm.
Well, he used to be the good guy according to Nebraska ball fans, but now he is the bad guy because he's with the Washington Huskies.
Sad.
The former Nebraska center is now on the opposite side as Nebraska tries to sweep the Western swing tonight, late night with the Huskers. Big Ten basketball after dark. You know, when I think of great Big Ten rivalries, I think Washington and Nebraska. But
yeah, thankfully for Nebraska, the one and only game on the West Coast this year that is tipping off super, super late. Obviously, they played
true. Could have been
Eugene the other day, which was their first West Coast game. Then they stayed out on the West Coast, and now they have this super late game. So at least they didn't have to do it 2 times this year, and at least they're not going to both out in one fell swoop.
To show you the respect, even though Washington is at the bottom of the league standings, the respect that the Huskies are getting. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? The spread for tonight's game?
I actually haven't. I'm going to guess, given what you just said, and Washington did beat Maryland up there.
They did.
Nebraska -2.
Very good. -1.5.
Oh man, look at that.
Nebraska -1.5.
Line, man. This is obviously a must-win. We'll talk about this with Schaefer. I imagine we will at least.
Yeah.
Bit. I plan on asking him a basketball question. I know you are always focused on football season, but I want to talk to him about hoops.
Of course.
But in all seriousness, we thought that this was going to be a 1-1 road trip, or we thought it had to be a 1-1 road trip. Well, now that you got the first one in your back pocket, now it'd be a massive disappointment if they did only go 1-1. If they lost this one tonight, given that they are a short road favorite, given that they have been a better team throughout the year, and given that it would be the chance for a third straight after ending the 6-game losing streak, this is not an L that they should be able to take or that they can take because, it's going to get tougher. They're going to have some really tough opponents coming up, and after this, you get a couple of games at home. So must win, there's this connotation to that. I guess I would describe it as a must-win, but maybe more just a can't lose. This is not a game that you can lose tonight after building up some of the positive momentum over the last week.
Yeah, looking at what Washington has done here lately, and again, it's not a team that's filled with a lot of stars, but they are coming off a win over Minnesota. I know Minnesota's also at the bottom of the standings. They too had a 6-game losing streak that they just snapped. They also lost 6 straight. And now, when you look at the teams that they lost to, it makes some sense. After beating Maryland, you mentioned the Maryland upset, they only lost by 4 at home to Illinois. Then they got bludgeoned at Michigan State. Been there, done that. They got bludgeoned at Michigan. Respectable loss at home to Purdue by 11. Got beat by 11 at Oregon and got beat by 5 at home against UCLA before they ended that streak against Minnesota. So, I mean, they've been in some games against teams that are theoretically better than them in the standings. If you want some good news, Husker fans, this team does not shoot the 3 particularly well, and they have had some really rough performances, especially during that losing streak. So as long as that continues, I think Nebraska will be in good enough shape. We'll see where their mindset is. They should be flying pretty high right now, given the games that they won and how they did. I mean, they barely trailed against Oregon. They really controlled that game, even though it never got much bigger than 9 or 10 point lead. Maybe it got to 11 at one point. It was a game that I thought Nebraska controlled really well. When you look at their BART metrics, it's one of their better offensive games of the season. It looks like, just a quick eyeball, it looks like it's about their 3rd or 4th best offensive game this season. And that was coming on a night where they were only 4 of 23 from 3, but they were horrible from 3. They were so good though from 2. So you might be wondering, well, how do they have that good offensive score? Well, they got to the free throw line a lot, which has been
And
a key for Nebraska.
They made them, especially at the end. I think they made their last 7, every time they got fouled late. And they had a lot of easy twos. They did a great job for the most part at breaking the press. And whenever they would break the press, it would set up for some easy buckets inside the paint. You're right. Like they got up by as many as 15, and I think the game got as close as 4. But for the most part, anytime it got close, they stiff-armed them really, really well. And they were able to hold them off just enough, whereas the Illinois game turned into this ball of stress. It literally went to overtime after having the lead. This Oregon one didn't. It got maybe a little stressful, but for the most part, they did a good job at holding them off just enough, again, breaking the press. And then at the end, when they had to, they knocked down all their free throws. Dave Fight writes, John has just unlocked a 17 for 24 night from 3 for the Huskies. Yeah, it would be very classic Nebraska to go up against a team that is horrible at shooting threes and then allow for them to make a lot of threes.
Well, Dave, let me tell you, if that happens, it will probably be an out-of-body experience. Washington's most threes that they have made in a game this year is only 10.
Yeah,
and it's happened 5 different times, but not any particularly recently. Actually, they had 10 of 26 against Illinois in that close loss. But yeah, this is not a team that, and they don't usually take a lot of threes. Typically, let's see, what do they are on Bart? I think their 3-point rate. Yeah, their 3-point rate is almost near the bottom in the country. Only a third of their shots come from 3, so they really don't rely on it that much. Which will make things interesting because that's how Nebraska defensively is predicated. Is hey, we're gonna stifle you on the inside and force you to take a lot of threes. Well, if Washington has to do that, they haven't been particularly good at shooting it. It's not something they're particularly comfortable doing. So, yeah, I think, to Dave's point, yeah, if they do have an outer body experience, I guess this would be the team it would happen against simply because Nebraska allows that to happen. But, a lot of the teams that, have torched Nebraska this year with that strategy have been teams that have really good 3-point shooters. This team doesn't particularly have many good 3-point shooters. Tyler Harris is their one good 3-point shooter, and he's 28 of 60, which is a great percentage, but that 60 is
in that many games. That's how many a game. It's not very many.
Yeah, it's basically 2 or 3 a game at most, and he's their best. Their volume shooter is DJ Davis, and Davis has taken 86 shots. That's the most on the team, but he's only hitting 29% of them. So again, it's not a team that's very comfortable shooting the 3.
Yeah. Got to get another dub for Nebraska before they come home and have a couple games in a row in Lincoln.
All right, we'll have more coming up. I mentioned the off-season stuff. I wanted to get to that, so we will, as trying to figure out how the off-season is going to look in college football. We've got dumb debates still to come, and a reminder that you can get your bleep together. Don't miss your chance to win $5,000 in the Get Your Bleep Together giveaway. You can register online for a chance to win at 1620thezone.com. We're back in a minute. Be nice if you all get that freezing rain out, by at least midnight tonight. Not that that's going to help. Oh, great. Patchy fog. That'll be fun. This is going to be a fun drive home tonight. Whee! but 44 and sunny tomorrow. Ha! Believe it when I see it. God, this is so February. The only thing we don't have is the snow. Drake, we do not have merch yet. We keep asking for it, but nothing. Carson, I feel your pain. I feel like I've only used my snowblower for like 5 times, and I've had it for 8 years. Here's the other thing I hate about the East Coast. It gets dark here so fast. Of course it is. What is it? Well, it's 4:30 here. No wonder these people are always in a grumpy mood. Do 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 do.
Are you wearing your long jacket tonight at the basketball game?
My lawn jacket?
Your long jacket, LONG jacket.
I might have to. This is one of the coldest buildings in the Big East because it's one of the rare buildings where they still have because the local minor league hockey team plays there, and so it's you got the ice activated underneath, and so it was a little chilly during shoot around today. So I will probably have my jacket on at some point. Though
But
once
it's
you
a
get
long
12,000, well, once you get your 12,000 screaming Providence fans in there, it heats up there pretty fast. But yes, I will have my long jacket with me. I brought it with me.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
I've never called it a long jacket before.
I accidentally bought a suit one time that was whatever long. I was like, I'll just take it in and get it fixed. Nope. Pretty
much
impossible.
I like my long jacket, but it's that material where hair sticks to it. And of course, when you have a dog that sheds, I got a lot of hair on the jacket, a lot of hair, a lot of wriggly hair. It's everywhere.
Look at these hairs.
Look at these hairs. They're very huge. By the way, speaking of being here in Providence, we were here watching last night. So there it is. There's the graphic. There he is, dressed in his pimp suit, Rick Pitino. But these are the latest odds to win the Big East regular season championship on BetMGM. Look at that. St. John's. Can you name the last time St. John's won the Big East Conference?
Oh, man. For some reason, I thought when they hired, who did they hire? Mullen? When was that? That was like a decade ago.
Oh, Chris Mullen definitely did not win the Big East.
No. When they hired him, like I remember seeing a stat.
Okay. I thought you were saying he was the one.
No.
Okay.
Early, was it the beginning of the century? Was it the turn of the century? Was it like 2000-ish?
Yep, 2000. 2000.
look at that. Yeah,
was
I
the
thought that
last
when they
time.
hired him, it was like, yeah, can he bring them the glory of 2000? That is wild. That is
Yeah.
absolutely wild that it has been that long. And now they are the favorite.
They
And
are
that
the
game
favorite.
next week, or week from Sunday. It's at the Garden, right? You're not going to have to go on
Correct.
camping for this one.
Correct.
And that'll be quite the atmosphere. That will
It
be
was quite the
the
atmosphere last night, but I could tell off television. They had 16,000 there in the Garden for Marquette. Very physical game. But, yeah, people are really getting into this. Say what you want, man. But that dude in the white jacket, I mean, winning follows him everywhere, except maybe the NBA. But, I mean, in college, I mean, he is a magician.
I tried to tell you. I tried to say Nebraska should hire him, and you said no. You said he's a scumbag. He's a
Well,
bad
that was
Why would
that
you
was
want to sell your soul?
that was back when, I thought there were ethics in college sports. Now I realize there's none. So,
There's no ethics anywhere, John. Ethics don't matter in society today.
Ethics.
What he did, it's barely a crime. It's
Ethics are
very
good.
Well, yeah,
normal.
now it is. Now it's barely
Look
a crime.
at the chair
Everyone's
you're
doing it.
sitting in. You're allowed to do whatever you want. Who
Yeah.
cares?
But Creighton, St. John's is at -155. Creighton, who as of right now is in sole possession of second place. In order to stay there, they have to win tonight. Is +275. Marquette is +400. And oh yeah, I guarantee you that there's a certain guy with no hair and glasses who's looking at that +1,000 of UConn and probably using it as a motivational tool for the Huskies. But those are the latest Big East regular season championship odds. It's their longest winning streak in 40 years. 40.
Wow.
9-game streak for old Rick Pitino in the St. John's Red Storm. So I follow this account, Mitt Winter. He's a sports law person from Winter Sports Law, and he was quote tweeting some
I like
stuff.
summer sports law better for the
Yeah, we all like the summer sports law better. But earlier this week, of course, the reason that Matt Rule gave for the spring game probably not happening anymore was tampering. And I thought this was an interesting tweet, and I wonder if it was a sideswipe of Matt Rule. But Mitt Winter tweeted out, Texas is another school that may get rid of its spring game. I'm sorry, not its spring. They're still going to have spring in Texas.
They are deleting spring.
They're deleting spring. Texas is another
Song of Ice and Fire, a long winter ahead.
Yeah. Texas is another school that may get rid of its spring game, but not because of potential tampering. He uses air quotes. Because of player wear and tear with longer college football seasons. They may move to an NFL model off season. Makes sense. Players should be involved in decision making. And then it quote tweets some ideas that Steve Sarkisian at Texas has had. And of course, Sarkisian, who spent some time in the NFL, is looking at wondering, if the model should be similar to the NFL, which has the OTAs, which are around, a little bit after the NFL draft. Then, of course, you have the formal training camp in the mid to late summer. And part of the idea was that there would be different phases. Phase 1, strength and conditioning. So we're talking the winter conditioning. Phase 2, practice. Offenses and defenses practicing together, but not necessarily against each other. So like OTAs. Then you've got phase 3, mandatory mini camp, which is in June, in which players are allowed to wear helmets and compete in live situations. And then you would have, the traditional training camp coming up later on. And you wonder if this is the direction that folks are going to go in. But then the other part is, because as Winter pointed out, as even Matt Rule pointed out later on in an answer that he had on Saturday, was you now have to look at the money that you're spending on these players, the investment that you put into them, and the fact that at some point, it's not happening yet, but it's probably going to, where you probably remember in the NFL, OTAs, training camp, the amount of practices that you can have, all of that is collectively bargained. And, how much of this is coming to college sports. When we talk about collective bargaining, it's not just about the dollars in the cents, but it's also about how much we can actually work, right? So you wonder, at some point when that's going to happen and what the players are going to be asking for. I'm going to guess it's going to be a model that could end up being very similar to the NFL.
Yeah, definitely. And that's something we've been talking about now over the last month or so, the calendar, what's that going to look like, how to best make it work within the transfer portal system, within, I don't know, the nostalgia of what spring football has or hasn't been system, and just what works best with everything moving forward. And I have to imagine that coaches would probably rather have, maybe smaller batches of practice, John, whether you have full pads or not, over the course of the many months. I mean, it's kind of like when you talk about the school system, how studies have always shown that if kids are in school year round, they're having, more breaks, but it's just not as large. Instead of a summer break, you're having a 2-week break here and a 3-week break here. Now, I'm happy I didn't have to deal with that as a kid. I liked having my summer break, but I understand why it is going to help educate someone. I have to imagine that college coaches would view something like this as the same. Hey, let's do something in February. Hey, let's do something in May. Hey, let's do something in June. Now, you're asking for a lot then from the players. And so are you having to collectively bargain? What does that look like? What are they getting compensated? And I mean, I guess it comes at a perfect time. And maybe that's why these discussions are ramping up even more, is that there is about to be a compensation model that is happening from the universities themselves. And so being able to pay them, then you are able to ask, I would assume, more from the players, which is, I think, how we're getting into these types of discussions.
What I'll be curious to see is if, looking at it from the coach's perspective, because, one of the complaints that college coaches have had is, well, I only get 20 hours a week. And, there's only certain times that we can have contact. Those were some of the older rules. But I think for coaches like a Sarkisian, like a Matt Rule, who went through the NFL process and kind of learned how to work through what their calendar and what their model is, could have a leg up if whatever model college sports takes on in the off season, if it's more like an NFL model, and certainly it's the one that's out there, it's a proven one, and it's probably a pattern that a lot of people are going to look at. I think coaches like a Matt Rule could have an advantage there because at least they've worked through it. Maybe guys who are a little longer in the tooth and been in the college game for a long time might be harder to get used to. Now, I know some of those coaches are phasing out of the game and everyone's kind of having to learn a new world on the fly. But I think it's one area where I would want people like a Sarkisian, like a Rule, those coaches who have been through it to kind of be at the cutting edge of being able to say, hey, this is what would work best for everybody. This is what would work best for us as a developmental tool. This is what would work best for the players as a developmental tool, and, kind of come to some kind of consensus. But what that is, we don't know, but it is changing. And dare I say, the spring games, those of you who actually like watching those things, probably going to have to find something else to watch in April and May, because a lot more schools are going to be going away from it.
Yeah, Krecky says, isn't June more of an important month for recruiting than it used to be? Seems like a better time for an off-season camp. Yeah, so that's why, dividing these things up in a very specific way, it's going to be paramount. By the way, John, Michael and I talked about this yesterday in content, but I did want to mention it real fast here because it is now official that Melbourne is going to host the first ever NFL regular season game in Australia. It's coming in 2026. And I mention this now because your team, the Rams, are the designated team. So I have to imagine that means the designated home team. This story does not mention that they will be playing the Eagles. But the Eagles are mentioned late, and it says the Eagles, or the Rams alongside the Eagles, hold marketing rights in Australia, yada, yada, yada. So, and then after that, it says their opponent, along with game date and kickoff time, will be announced at a later date. So we assume it's going to be Rams Eagles. The time zone component of this is going to be quite the nightmare. I just saw a tweet from Sam Hoppen, who covers the NFL. He says, seems like a logistical nightmare. My guess is the game is during the evening primetime slot, which would be 12 p.m. Melbourne the next day. If it's a Saturday night, it's later in the season. If it's a Sunday night, teams are playing on Monday and then have a long flight home. My guess is this would be a Sunday night football game, and it will be a noon game in Australia. So get ready for your Rams playing overseas, John. How neat is that?
Cool.
Very cool. We're very excited.
It's too bad it wasn't Thursday. I would add an I don't care.
Nice.
Actually, I do care because I'm worried about how a team's going to recover coming all the way back from 13, 14 hours around on the other side of the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not good at all. Coming up, speaking of not good, Dumb Debates is coming up.
Nice.
We got plenty of questions that we can get to, including the ones that you have submitted, and you can continue to submit your dumb debates by sending them into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag dumb debates or the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. All right, so maybe going halfway around the world to play a football game isn't the smartest idea in the world, but I've got a smart idea for those of you who have been looking to upgrade your bath. Because right now with YHIC, your home improvement company, you can transform your space and save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. You can turn that bathroom into the spa-like retreat you have always wanted. It might be a new walk-in shower, just something that's more modern and functional. And with YHIC, their bathrooms use premium USA-made materials that are going to look great for years. And they have awesome financing offers like no money down, no interest, and no payments until 2026. So call YHIC today at 402-764-1720 and schedule that free in-home consultation to check out if this is perfect for you, saving up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. It's a limited time offer, so don't wait. 30% off a bathroom remodel. You can save up to 30%. Call 402-764-1720 right now. That's 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit yhic.com to find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. So don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. Yeah, but the difference, Stibbs, is when you said you're looking to upgrade your bath, you were actually looking to upgrade your bath, as in taking a bath. Maybe using water and soap this time. Instead of bathing in Busch Light and using a corn stalk. Nice to know that the wife is supporting me today. She just texted me. Are you on your show today? Not even listening. Jeez. I let the ladies bathe me. Crecky, I don't know if your home improvement company can put in a bedroom sink. I suppose you could ask them, but that might be the Josh Peterson. Ask for the Josh Peterson discount. A sink outside your bathroom. Yes, taking a bath is gross. Especially when you're really dirty. And then when you drain the tub and you see the ring of filth around the edge and you realize I just washed this stuff off. How much of it did I really get? Yes, I know I'm coming through over the stream during break. The callers. I love it. Apparently, they're not in the YouTube content section. Maybe Crecky has balloons instead of you-know-what. They're floating, floating, float it. Yes, for those of you confused, one-way conversation. Oh, look, and it's the open stage today.
Listen or listen not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground,
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Ooh, that's bright.
You always have the weirdest lighting.
Well, I'm in a hotel. It has the lighting. I didn't know if that was going to help or not. It just put a glow above my head.
2 lamps is too many lamps, especially that close to each other.
Yeah, there are 4 lamps in this room. There's
Why do you need so many lamps?
Well, there's 2 behind me. Then there's another lamp on the other end table at the other end of the bed, and then there's the desk lamp that is off camera in front of me. So many lamps.
Do you think the hotel
nice
got
room.
scammed by a lamp salesman and then they just had to put lamps in all these rooms?
No, because there's no overhead light. So these are the only lights that exist in the room. There's not like an overhead light. You know what I mean? Where you just turn the light on and it's got the stuff.
I know what an overhead.
He knows how
is.
light works. You know how lights work, Nick?
No, I
4 lamps in when one hotel room is too many lamps in a hotel room.
By the way, John, speaking of dumb, it's dumb debates. We're going to get to questions in a moment, but I did want to read this comment from listener Paul, who tweets in on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. I worked 170 days in Sydney over the course of 18 months. Did a trip about every month. Coming home kills you. Would take me 4 to 5 days to quit falling asleep at random times. So shout out to the Rams. It's going to be great. There will be no issues whatsoever.
Oh, well, at least Cooper Kupp doesn't have to worry about it.
That's true, John. You haven't had a chance to talk about your guy getting traded. Oh, that's sad.
I wish Roger Goodell, took the lead of our dear leader. America first. All games should be in America first. We don't need to be playing games.
I'm surprised President T hasn't said that. Move all.
Well, he
games
will be
to
at the Super
America.
Bowl this week, so maybe he can put a bug in old Roger's ear.
Maybe he's confusing Australia with another country that he's cool with.
It's possible. You never know. All right. So this is Dumb Debates. This is the part of the show where you get to take over by sending us the questions that have been most boiling at the top of your brain. And you can send them to us anytime. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620.
Like how many lamps is too many lamps?
Like how many lamps is
Two
too many
lamps in such close succession to each other is definitely too many.
And then
That's
2
very
more
random.
lamps off camera. Like, John, surely this isn't a giant hotel room unless you got the penthouse suite.
Well, he might.
I would call this an
He's
average.
the voice of the Blue Jays, after
I would
all.
call this an average size hotel room.
Well, one man's average is another man's.
You know what?
True.
I would dare say that most average size hotel rooms have 4 lamps.
Do they? All right.
Really?
Next
I
time I
bet
go
they
to a
would.
hotel, I will.
Or maybe 3.5. Let's set it at like 3.5. So everyone, next time you go to a hotel, count the number of lamps in the hotel.
Tweet your lamps.
Tweet your
Hashtag
lamps.
tweet your lamps.
Tweet your lamps.
Hashtag lamp tweet.
Yeah.
I wanted to start with a current events dumb debate because I don't know if you saw
awesome,
this
cool.
or you heard about this, but the U.S. Open Golf Championship
Actually,
has
I did not-
announced that they will be granting a full exemption to the top player who is not otherwise exempt, but in the top 3 of the Liv Golf standings
Oh boy.
as of May 2025. In addition, a local exemption will be awarded to the top 10 players from the 2025 Liv Golf standings as of April 7th, 2025, aka the U.S. Open is now allowing for the best Liv golfers. They don't have to qualify through PGA events if they choose not to play in them.
Which was a huge question that was associated with this when they all jettisoned there a couple years ago.
So here is the dumb debate. Was or is the Liv PGA feud the most pointless feud in sports history?
It was pretty dumb. I mean, if they're just going to all agree to work together anyway, then what was the purpose of it? We have wasted way too. You always talk about Liv. We talk about Liv more than anything on this show that we don't watch.
Josh, save it for tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. John brings up Liv more than I bring up the NBA. It is the most confusing thing. I'm very confused that John
it
always
is the
wants
best.
to talk
It
about
is
this.
the best golfers in the world, which is now proved.
We don't
because
talk
they're
about
getting
golf
exempted.
except for Liv for some reason. We talk about Liv more than the Masters.
John
I don't
is a
understand.
Liv psyop.
He really loves I think John actually likes golf. He just doesn't ever talk about it on the radio.
No, I do not watch Liv Golf. I
Man, you always
absolutely
bring it
do
up,
not.
Liv. Ugh. So what are
It
the
is-
rules? They're just allowed
It
you
is
to
the
do
most
nothing
pointless
matters?
feud, though. It is the most
really
pointless feud
is.
in sports history.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was a bunch of rich white guys fighting with other rich white guys for access, and they were all just
That's true.
making buttloads of money, and it was all nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really was. It really was.
All right,
I
well, that
got
was a
one,
good
John.
debate.
Well, yeah, I got nothing else to add.
I got nothing either. That was all I
don't
needed to say.
From Chris, which position group is more important in football, the offensive line or the defensive line?
Well, if you ask John, it's the defense.
I actually think John would be right if John would say the defense. I think a defensive line is more important than the offensive line.
Isn't it kind of a chicken and the egg thing? I mean, you have to
Yeah, what
have
comes first?
both.
Yeah, but what would you rather have? A great offensive line or a great defensive line? Everything else is average. Everything else is average, John.
Okay,
What would you
I have
rather have?
often said this. A great offensive line masks a lot of issues that you have on a football team. So my answer is a great offensive line, not a great defensive line. And here's why. Because with a great offensive line, if you've got average playmakers, you got a great offensive line, your average quarterback's going to have time, which an average quarterback would need, right? Your average running backs, you're going to be able to get all those line yards. Line yards are basically the yards that are credited to the offensive line. It's the yards that you get before a running back even gets touched. So you can average 4, 5, 6 yards a carry. You can grind out drives. So if you have an average defense that is better suited not being on the field for long periods of time, if you got a great offensive line, you can grind out drives, you can protect your quarterback, which can make him more accurate, give more time for your average wide receivers to get open. My answer is easy. A great offensive line, more important than a great defensive line, because I think it can impact the entire game. It can help you move the ball. It can help you score. It can help you keep the ball longer. And if you have an average, or in the case of Nebraska, below average special teams, maybe you're not having to kick the ball away as much.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a lot of good arguments. So there was a Cowboys team a decade ago that had a great offensive line, and they weren't average everywhere else because Romo got hurt and they had Brandon Weeden at quarterback. And so maybe because I keep thinking about that team who had a great offensive line, multiple Hall of Famers on that offensive line, and they stunk. It didn't matter how good the offensive line was because but they didn't have average quarterback play. They had below
That's what. Yeah, we're using the average as the baseline for everything else.
I just think of what is more likely: a team to win games with an average defense and a great offensive line, or a great defensive line can mask so many issues, and you can win games that are low scoring because your defensive line is absolutely wrecking teams. And so I just look at the ability to be more, in a way, more offensive on the defensive side of the ball with having a great defensive line, because you have low scoring games. And then if everything else is average, you're going to be able to break through. I mean, yeah, Chris points it out. It's part of the reason why Michigan beat Ohio State this year. He says defensive line, for me, SEC teams have lined up have lived in the past on defensive lines and average offensive lines.
But with Ohio State, they had injuries along the offensive line. If that would have been a great offensive line, maybe that game goes a little bit differently. I think we're arguing the same point from different perspectives, because 100%. I can understand where your logic is, but I just think that, I think there are ways, even with a great defensive line, you can still exploit a team if you got a good quick passing game, or if you've got a great running back who can break tackles and things like that. And that's not to say that a great defensive line isn't important, because it certainly is. And I guess I can kind of look at my team this year, the Rams. They had some injuries on the offensive line, and at times it really made their offense inconsistent. Rams defensive line, very young, but got really good as the season ended, and kind of helped carry the team. So I guess, you could convince me on the other side of the argument. I've just always felt that a great offensive line masks so many issues that you can have with a football team that I just kind of default to that answer. But I don't know if there's really a wrong answer here, because I think you can win with
6 of one, 1.5 dozen of the other.
Correct.
My reasoning for offense isn't as technical or in depth as John's, but to win a football game, you score points, and there's just more ways to score points on offense than there usually is in defense.
To be fair though, Nick, you could say, but you can also win games by keeping teams out of the end zone.
Yeah.
And so if you can keep them out of the end zone, I mean, one argument for the defensive line, John, of course, would be the 2009 Huskers that had Ndamukong Suh and Jared Crick, 2 future pros that were on their line. Now, they were not average everywhere else. They have a great defensive backfield. They had solid linebackers. They had a below average offense, but that defensive line carried that team all year long. But I think you're right. You can make the argument for either side of the ball. It just depends on what you want a little bit more. Grant Wisdom or Jason Peter, they're going to say great defensive line. An offensive lineman from the 90s. I don't know why Chris Dishman was the first name to pop into my head. Aaron Graham, those guys, they would say no, it's a great offensive line that's going to carry the day.
I'm not sure if we did this one, because I'm going back through some of the older ones to get to them. But Ziggy brought up this one. He said, real life is now a movie, a TV show, or a video game. And the reality perfectly emulates this new universe to the greatest detail provided in the source material. Which movie, TV show, or video game universe are you picking for your new reality? So basically, you're being dropped into a movie, a fictional movie, a fictional TV show, video game.
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you picking for your new reality?
We have not done this one. This is a very good question.
This is very good.
I don't know what my answer is.
I'm definitely not picking a video game, because in video games, weird things can happen. I could be eaten by a giant orb. I could be crushed
by the orb.
Yeah, I could have my head severed by one of the Mortal Kombat characters. So I'm not going to pick a video game.
Well, you don't have to pick those video games. You could pick a chill video game.
Okay, so I'm thinking
you could pick Minecraft. Then you can just mine.
But remember, in a video game, there's always an opposition. There's always something trying to defeat you.
There's
Maybe a video game where you don't have to conquer something.
Minecraft, you don't have to conquer something. You can just play.
Yeah, but Minecraft, everyone looks like blocks. I would not want that.
Well, you're already a blockhead, John. You'd fit right in.
Got him. John, what about Star Wars? Would you want to live in the Star Wars universe where there are spaceships and you could be a peasant that everyone wants to kill, or maybe you would probably be a part of the Imperial folks.
There's also
so
famously
one of them.
wars in Star Wars. Also,
that's way different than the world, Nick.
I don't think there were any ginger stormtroopers, were there? Would they let you join the Imperials, John?
I didn't say he's a stormtrooper.
Why would I want to be a stormtrooper?
You like the Empire. You talk
They're
so
the ones
much.
that always die.
By the way, Severe says the West Wing. What do you think about the West Wing, John?
Good Lord, the West Wing. Yeah. I want to live in a world where Martin Sheen is the president. Yeah, sure, great. That's a great idea.
He has a great head of hair, John.
See,
He's a
least he
Catholic,
did.
John. I figured you'd be a huge fan. He's one of your people.
I don't care
Catholicism.
I don't care what religion he is.
Mm.
What universe?
I can't narrow it down between 3 different things. 2 of them are video games.
Of course they are.
Would 100% I would get killed in, because one of them is Skyrim. There's dragons in Skyrim. I would get eaten. The other one is
So why would you even consider it?
Because it's a very cool place, John. It's very peaceful. It's very,
Yeah,
I mean,
with the
minus
dragons.
the dragons. It's chill minus the dragons and the zombies. You know, it's
Okay,
fine.
so what are the other ones, Nick?
Mass Effect is the other one. It's cool. You're in space. It's a cool space society, but then there's this thing called the Reapers that are slowly trying to destroy the universe.
Okay, what's your pick, Nick?
The Expanse. I like the Expanse. Maybe the Expanse. That sounds fun.
Okay. Kenny says live in a Seinfeld world. Bang, ba-dum, bam, bam.
No, but that's New York City. It's too busy
And then
for me. I was kind of thinking maybe living in Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad popped into my brain too. Why, John? Why do you want to live in the Breaking Bad universe?
Because I've always wanted to try if that chicken really was that good.
I know. It does look really tasty. Los Pollos Hermanos does look really tasty.
I mean, would I have an issue if the guy who owns the place also ran an underground meth organization? No, as long as the chicken was good.
As long as the chicken's good. That's all we
Levi
care
brings
about.
up a good point. Star Trek reality, they don't have money. You can just generate things. They just have things.
They don't have money in Star Trek?
No, they don't. They don't need
What?
money. It's obsolete.
Yeah,
Okay,
but they
sounds
have
good to me.
Klingons and Romulans and the Borg, and they're trying to kill you. So
Well, just don't get assimilated, John. I don't know what to tell you.
Tony writes, Grand
I
Theft
don't have
Auto,
that
just drive
choice.
around and fight people. What do you think about the Grand Theft Auto world?
Well, if you've ever played GTA Online, you would die probably quicker than you would in Skyrim.
Why is
You
that?
would just get shot. Somebody would just
because
come up
some
to you.
random a-hole is going to kidnap the fire truck and just go on a rampage where they drive around town running over innocent people.
That's exactly
That'd be fun to
what'll
see.
happen.
It'd be fun to see.
Or they'll grab a tank and just start shooting everything.
A sports one for you, John, from Peter. If you could add one more school to the Big East for basketball, what would you add?
Ooh, man.
Now, John? What do you care about? Do you care about geography, or do you just looking for like?
I would. I don't. Gonzaga would be
Oh, I have
nice.
the answer.
Gonzaga would be nice because Gonzaga is a really good program. But do I want to fly to the other end of the country? No, I don't.
So wait, real quick, does this have to be realistic?
Well, I mean,
Duke.
That's a good one.
John, you get to go to Cameron Indoor.
That's a good one.
It's kind of in the footprint, adjacent enough. Duke
It's
seems like an
adjacent
East Coast school, an upper
does.
East school.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's a good one. If
Yeah.
I was trying to keep it realistic with action, because Duke's obviously, well, who knows? Maybe the ACC would blow up, but I'm sure Duke would get picked up by one of the other big two at some point. If I was looking realistically, I mean, once upon a time, I would have said Wichita State because you had
what
a
Dave
natural
says.
rival, and it's close, but they've
Chris
kind of
brings up
fallen on hard
Syracuse.
times.
What about Syracuse?
St. Louis isn't a bad one. Dayton isn't a bad one. Again, thinking realistically here, those aren't bad ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would definitely want to keep it somewhat close, so it's not another eternally long road trip. Something like
What about
that.
Nebraska? Then you could play them twice a year. Nebraska.
Yeah, but then what would
all
happen
the
in the
Nebraska fans would say, "We love the Big East. It's a great league."
And then
That would be really funny for them to have to suddenly
No,
change.
then I'd have to
tune.
argue with Jack about, he'd still hate the conference because you're not supposed to like the conference that you're in. So I'd
That's
still
a
have
great
those arguments. Also,
But
what are you
then-
going to do with Nebraska football?
But then Creighton wouldn't be the farthest west
Fair.
Big East school anymore.
That's true.
That's true. It would be Nebraska. It'd be Nebraska.
That's true. And we'd still be stuck with 8:30 tip-offs.
That's also true because you'd be the furthest west. So maybe the Gonzaga is the answer. Maybe
Ben
Nebraska.
writes, what is the worst dish or appetizer that a guest could bring to a party that would potentially warrant a non-invite next time? So
Something from
worst
the
dish or-
70s cookbooks.
Just a
There's
bunch
your
of,
answer.
was it aspic? Was that
Yeah,
all
like
Jell-O
the stuff that had like bananas or like Jello that had things in it. Yeah.
I made salmon Jello for the dinner party.
Stib says some sort of tuna garbage. Yeah, if you came to a Super Bowl party and you brought over tuna, I would say, what is wrong with you? Aaron Papillion says smelly fish.
Yeah, what if you brought fish and you just let it sit out for a few hours and then some dummy eats it?
That'd be an idiotic move. I can't imagine who would do such a thing.
Yeah, you need to find that friend of yours that brought the poison salmon. And
To be fair, it was his house. It was his own house. I came to the poison salmon.
I think we're all kind of agreeing that fish is definitely some kind of fish is the answer here.
Yeah, I love shrimp, but if I went to a party and somebody brought shrimp, I'd be like, don't know how I totally feel about this.
Yeah,
cocktail and they had it on ice.
Yeah, I want fried shrimp.
It's funny how
we're
like that with seafood, and certainly if you don't like seafood, this doesn't qualify you. But like we're really picky about that. It's like I want to do that, but no, just because like if someone brought chicken wings. Yeah, you're going to eat the chicken wings. Well, heck, if they weren't undercooked or if they set out for a long time, they're going to get the salmonella and you're going to get sick. But people just dive in with the chicken wings. But if someone, like you mentioned, brings like a shrimp cocktail or something like that, there are more people apt to go, I don't know if I trust that.
That's a good point. I don't know what it is about seafood.
I agree. I think Though, again, the question was what that could potentially disqualify you from being invited the next time. Absolutely. If you brought one of those disgusting Jell-O loaves from the 70s cookbook that had all the vegetables and stuff in it, absolutely.
Gross.
You are in risk of never being invited back to that party.
100%. 100%. Get out of here. That's disgusting. Wow, Crecky says Super Bowl parties suck. That's not a dumb debate. It's just a statement. John, do Super Bowl parties suck?
They do if your team is playing in it and you don't want anybody else around and you just want to watch the game in your own pity and misery until your team wins and then you're happy. But before that, you're miserable.
Yeah.
And I've done that, and it's not fun.
It sounds really, really cool. It sounds really, really cool. I will dare to dream, and maybe that'll happen someday. If Dallas ever makes a Super Bowl, we will not have a Super Bowl party. I will go watch it with my dad, and that will be all. That said, if it is a Super Bowl and it is teams that I don't really have any opinions on, and I'm hanging out with my friends, I like that. But I don't want to go to a Super Bowl party filled with people that I don't know. So I guess it's a very specific kind of Super Bowl party that I would want to be involved in. Like the last time that I went to an actual true Super Bowl party, I guess we hosted one 2 years ago. And there was 7 of us there, but it was very small and it was just close friends. Last time I went to an actual one, John, was when the Rams played the Patriots. And I knew most of the people there, some of them more than others. There was probably a dozen or so. I had a good time. I mean, I was bummed about the game. I wanted the Rams to win, but I was just having beers and eating a lot of food. It was a good time. It was a good time.
Let's see. Next one, another food-related one. Jordan asks, how many stickers on a mini fridge is too many stickers?
That's fun.
We've all had mini fridges if we had
covered in stickers.
How many is too many?
No, the answer is 0. I mean, infinity.
Well, if it's to the point where stickers are covering other stickers and you can't see those stickers, that's too many.
I think some stickers can overlap other stickers.
They can overlap a little as long as you can identify what the sticker is that's being covered.
So we actually put our stickers on magnets, and so our fridge is covered in magnets, and so we can take them off and put them on. That's smart,
because what I worry about with stickers that I have is, well, if I put it on this thing, eventually this thing is going to break or be obsolete.
Correct.
Then it's a waste of a sticker.
That's why we did it on magnets. Yeah. So if the fridge breaks, then we'll just move them to the next one. I have a ton of stickers from breweries that I need to put magnets on the back of. I just haven't gotten around to doing it.
So do you just get like the magnet sheet and then cut around it? Nice. Mm-hmm. That's smart.
Yep. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
really smart.
Yeah.
Keena says, as long as you can open the fridge. So as long as the stickers don't keep you from opening the fridge. Yeah. That's enough. I just want the stickers that are on there. I mean, obviously I put them there because I liked whatever the sticker represented. I don't want the sticker to be overlapped too much to where I can't tell what the sticker is anymore. unless someone put a Dallas Cowboy sticker on there, then I'd want to cover the thing.
Oh, that's a great fridge, John.
Sticking to the fridge conversation, what are some mandatory magnets that you have to have for your fridge?
Chip
Like
clips.
my mind goes to chip clips and bottle openers.
Yeah, those are solid, Nick. Yeah,
chip
definitely.
clips. Definitely chip clips.
Maybe a calendar.
Yeah, we have a calendar on our fridge in the kitchen.
Yeah, I suppose. But usually we get the magnet calendar or the magnet. You always get the schedule magnet. Put the schedule magnet.
Yeah, Baymon says state ones. Yeah, every time we go on a trip, we go to a state, we end up going to some store that has magnets that reference the state or a city. And so we have like a Georgia one, we have a Pittsburgh one. I'm trying to remember, we have a few others on our fridge just from our various travels.
Do you place them on the fridge relative to where they would be?
Nope.
Oh,
they're just there. Oh, Stibbs, this is a good one. Real estate agent mini calendar.
That's a great one.
100%. You got to have that.
Everybody's got one. Everybody's got one. All right, there's dumb debates. We appreciate it. And don't forget, anytime you have one pop in your head or you engage in one with your friends, send them to us. Send them to us. Don't be afraid. Tweet anytime. Just make sure you use the hashtag dumb debates. Or if you send it to us in the JTech Construction Zone, or excuse me, in the Equitable Bank inbox, just put dumb debates in the subject line. We always save them. Like we got to a few of the older ones today. Exactly. Mitch Holthus is still to come. And also coming up next hour, Mike Schaefer is going to join us. And we're going to have a little bit of a teaser from my interview with Creighton's Fedor Zugic that will be playing as we preview the Jays and Providence. It's all still to come here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. Back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, we've got Creighton basketball coming up. Women's game at 6 o'clock over on 1180 The Zone with Josh on the call. And I will have the call of the Providence Creighton men's game tonight at 7:30. Of course, Austin Jacobson will take over for us at 6 and take you through Blue Jay shoot around. And still to come here on the Grum, my conversation, a little bit of a teaser for an interview that's going to drop in its entirety this week on the 1620 The Jays podcast. But I sat down with Fedor Zugic, and Jays fans, I think you'll enjoy our conversation. We'll give you a little bit of a teaser as we preview the Blue Jays and the Friars next hour here on 1620 The Zone. Of course, Mitch Holthus coming up here at the bottom of the hour. But the rules boys are getting together. The NCAA football rules committee will be gathering soon to discuss a possibility of a couple of changes. And we talked about this recently here on the show, but they will discuss the possibility of an anti-flopping rule. And then the idea would be that if a player has to leave the game due to injury, that player would not be allowed to return until the next series, or that player could be bought back into the game by using a timeout. So it's in an effort to get players to stop flopping, stopping the game, slowing down a team with a faster pace offense, trying to buy a rest. And there is an exception. Coaches have been wanting an exception. For those who, are tepid on this change, they want an exception for quarterbacks. And if you think about it, I mean, you don't see, usually when you see flopping players, it could be a lineman. Most of the time it happens on defense. So you're talking about maybe a defensive back or maybe a substitute defensive lineman. So I could see the exception for the quarterback in that case, because usually you're not, having your quarterback stay on the ground for extra periods of time. And just the idea of having the most important guy on the field being subject to having to sit out, like let's say they got cramps or something and legitimately had to come out. Well, if they can't come back in for the rest of the drive, it could affect the rest of that drive, especially if it's an end of game drive.
The main thing that this is trying to do, I have to imagine, is taking away the players who are standing there and they're looking at the sideline and then they're suddenly dropping to the ground, right? Is that what we're talking about here? Because we're talking about I guess flopping. We're not talking about like a quarterback. Oh man, I got
no. We're talking about faking injuries to slow the game down.
Those are the ones that I see happening more than others.
I agree.
A player on defense randomly doing that because the offense isn't trying to slow things down, so this is mainly a defensive penalty.
It is mainly a defensive penalty. So they're going to discuss that. The idea is maybe just whoever the green dot player is. So remember, both teams have sideline to field communication. Usually you have a green dot maybe on your middle linebacker, maybe it's on your safety, whoever it might be. So maybe both the green dot players, the quarterback and whoever that person is on defense, would be exempt from this rule, but everyone else would go through with it. They're also going to talk about, Josh, the possibility of doing away with the stupid college football replay mechanism and doing a challenge-based system.
You've been
like
arguing for this for years. Will they also consider, though, John, we haven't had the NFL for a week and a half, and I've already forgotten. Replay assist? Will they have replay assist, though, to help us out with the obvious ones that need fixing?
I'm not sure. These things usually happen pretty slow, but just the idea that you got Sleepy Joe up in the booth who has to buzz down, and you get that awkward moment where a player or where a coach is like, well, are they going to review this or not? And you only get one challenge, and maybe you've already used it, but you're supposed to be waiting for the guy upstairs to buzz down. I just think it's such an arbitrary and ridiculous system. It should always be challenged.
Get Joe Biden out of the replay booth. That's what Joe
Biden out of the replay booth. The guy barely understands what's going on anyway.
Yeah, tell him to go retire. That's all he would say. Minnesota over and over and over again.
But yes, replay should be a mechanism that's part of the game, not something. I mean, you're challenging the officials. You're allowing the officials to do their job, but if you disagree with the call, you challenge it versus the referees basically challenging themselves, which I've never thought was a was a viable situation. I hate it. It's arbitrary. You never know when they're going to execute it. You keep waiting for the buzzer. Then if the buzzer fails, what happens? It's a mess. So make it a challenge system and just put the onus on the coaches to make the call.
And attach it to timeouts.
So they're going to be talking about those things and more, and we'll see if it actually goes anywhere. But coming up next, we're going to the Big Easy. And we're going to talk to Mitch Holthus. Another Mitch Holthus interview from a Super Bowl. Does it ever get old?
We did this, I think.
We did. It's our fault. It's Mike Stibbs' fault for agreeing to this interview back in 2015.
Damn it, Stibbs.
Super Week is powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. We'll talk to the voice of the Chiefs next, live from New Orleans, right here on 1620 The Zone. But first, you can be a good guy. Be a good guy today and make sure that if you have not done so already, next time you renew your driver's, hunting, or fishing license, get that registration box checked. Become an organ and tissue donor, because organ and tissue donors can save and impact so positively so many lives. One donor can account for up to 8 lives saved through organ donation and help hundreds more through tissue donation, whether it's bone or skin grafts because of a traumatic accident, or maybe cancer victims or burn victims. It could be tendons to help repair sports injuries. It could be donated corneas that restore the gift of sight. And it's so very easy. And don't hesitate. Most traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a donation, and it's absolutely free. It will not cost your family anything after you're gone. So please consider the life-saving gift of being an organ and tissue donor. Check that box next time you get that hunting, driver's, or fishing license, or visit goodguysavelives.com. Find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com.
This is Super Week on 1620 The Zone. Powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
you want to chuckle, just right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
It's so nice that, for a show that doesn't get to travel to the Super Bowl, that basically 5 out of the last 6 years, we've had our own live correspondent from the side of the Super Bowl. It happens to be the same guy every year covering the same team, but at least we've got one. He's Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, how you enjoying the Big Easy?
Well, first of all, this is a good respite because I just left the media center. I did 11 interviews today, so my head's mushy. So I'm glad I'm with rational people here. So you guys are.
Oh boy, that sounds like a challenge.
I know it's nuts down here, honestly. And now there's security everywhere. Let's see, the armored car outside our hotel is kind of a bit. We're literally a block away from where the terrible incident happened during the Sugar Bowl, because we're right at Canal and Bourbon Street at the Marriott. So there's just, the National Guard's out here sitting with M4s. And so, it's a Super Bowl, but we're in New Orleans and they're taking every precaution.
Mitch, is this in your time calling the Super Bowl, is this the first time that the sitting president will be there, adding to the security and to the long lines on Sunday morning and early afternoon?
Yeah, that kind of took high security to the high level. I'm trying to think. I don't think, maybe in Miami, but I don't think so. I think this is maybe a first shot. I'm trying to think if Trump went there and COVID, so that kind of changed everything. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this might be it. But yeah, that took it up a notch.
Yeah, get there early.
Mitch, now that we are upon it, are you starting to sense the growing weight of history that this game represents for the Chiefs?
It's an awesome question, and yes, I am. And it's been that way. It was actually that way before the Buffalo game. The week before the Buffalo game in the AFC Championship, I felt a feeling like I've never had before in my career, and for sure in my 31 years in the NFL, because of the gravity of the moment. And keep in mind, I've done these other Super Bowls, but the historic nature of the game, even if the Chiefs win the Buffalo game, I'm thinking no team in NFL history has ever done this. And so you go up and down with your emotion. You want to say the exact right thing all the time. And then these 2 weeks leading up to this game has been the same, because you're right here. Now, I'll be honest with you, the playoffs and the feeling started with the very first play of the very first game on September the 5th. Because if the Chiefs were going to pull this off, they had to get in the best position possible, which meant getting the bye. And the AFC was so competitive this year, and Buffalo was breathing down the Chiefs' neck, that you were thinking every week could just slip you down a notch. And yes, the Chiefs did it last year by not being the one seed and getting the bye. But I didn't know if they could do that again. I'm not sure a team's going to do that again for a while. But I guess Philadelphia could do it, but they've been at home. So, yes, it's an awesome question, but I have felt the enormity of it. And I go up and down in emotion and kind of feel this weight that I haven't felt very much in my career.
Mitch, looking at the matchup itself, I was trying to think this morning of the biggest key that you would be keeping an eye on, and I wonder if it involves Saquon Barkley and trying to shut him down as much as as one can. Is the key, I guess, at the very least on that side of the ball, Saquon and the number of yards he does or doesn't reach?
Well, John enters this discussion, and I'll get to him in a minute, but the fact that, yes, in Saquon Barkley, so Philadelphia has gone against prevailing thought in the NFL that you can't run to win. You must throw to win, and running is a complement, right? That's the general feeling. And Philadelphia's debunked that this year because they get so many explosive plays in the run game with Saquon Barkley. He's already set an NFL record, 7 runs of 60 yards or more. Now, 4 of those were against the Rams, twice in the regular season and twice in the postseason. 2 more of those 7 came against the Commanders. Is that scheme? Is that personnel? John could answer this from the Rams' perspective. But you nailed it in the fact, Josh, that you cannot let him hit home runs. He's going to hit singles and doubles, but you can't get him the 75-yard touchdown followed up by a 60-yard touchdown. That's why they're here, because passing-wise, they're 29th in the league, and they're the only second team, get this one, to be in the bottom 5 passing in the league and make the Super Bowl. The other, the 82 Dolphins, and that was a strike season. So you're looking at a very peculiar Philadelphia team and why they're here. That and a great defense. But you said the first priority, and you nailed it, and that's keeping Barkley from hitting home runs. Now, I will tell you this, to dovetail off that, the Chiefs have allowed 3 50-plus runs in 4 seasons.
Wow.
And 6 in 6 seasons. They just don't give up the Barkley runs that got them here. So that's the crux of the matter. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, but that's paragraph 1.
Yeah, the crazy thing was that the Rams, by loading the box and bringing down the other safety, that's when the Barkley runs would happen. It happened both in the regular season game and in the playoff game. And the NBC crew had both broadcasts, and they kept mentioning it that, if the Rams just stay in double high, they were in better shape. So it was interesting, even though the Rams tried to load the box, that great offensive line would hit that perimeter, and then you've only got really one guy back there to make the stop. But that number you mentioned, Mitch, about the lack of home runs against the Chiefs defense certainly would seem to bode well, because outside of the 3 big plays he hit against LA, the Rams bottled him up fairly well. I mean, he didn't have many more impact runs. And so it really is about stopping the long ball.
It's the long ball. And so let's say if you're too high and you hold him and you can tackle him, let's say you do tackle him, which is hard to do, but that's a 20-yard gain, not a 79-yard touchdown run. And now you're going to make them do it again and do it again. That's what the Philadelphia Eagles are this year. Now, they'll throw to A.J. Brown some, and they got Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert is probably the most underrated part of their team at tight end, but they're just not throwing the ball. They're very different than the team that we faced in Super Bowl 57. In that game, Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback in Super Bowl history to account for 4 touchdowns, have 300 yards, and lose. He had 304 yards passing in that game. That's not what they're doing this year. They're using Barkley and hitting the home runs.
Mitch, other side of the ball, speaking of things that are different now versus that game 2 years ago, coming into it, the Eagles, one of the best pass rushes that we had ever seen, 70-plus sacks in the regular season and playoffs combined. Of course, they are stifled. They have 0 versus the Chiefs that day. This group, not as many sacks, but definitely a better overall defense. Where are the weaknesses with this Philadelphia defense that the Kansas City offense can exploit?
I haven't found one yet. Now, one thing that they have done. Now, let me stop with one other point on the offensive side of the ball that I find perplexing, that I think needs to be addressed, and then I'll jump into the other side.
Okay.
I find it very odd that Philadelphia is number 1 in the league in time of possession. We just laid out what they've done differently in the 24 season. You guys realize they've given up 45 sacks? That Jalen Hurts has been sacked 38 times on a running team that is number 1 in the league in time of possession. That doesn't normally happen. It's very interesting. And so if you limit, and go back to the Rams game, go to the safety. If you limit the home run play, the Rams they were on the cusp of winning that game if Barkley doesn't hit that second long run. So I just find it odd, because even you take Hurts out and they put Pickett in, he got sacked 4 times. And the other cat, the Stanford dude, he got sacked twice. All right. I find that odd. You guys talk amongst yourselves after I'm off. But a running team normally doesn't give up 45 sacks. It's first in time of possession. time of possession being number one in the league helps their defense. But what they have done is made their defense better in the back seven. They have done an excellent job of drafting. You get Cooper DeJean on this team, and Cooper DeJean, and the fact that he's, Ida Grove, Iowa, here he is, right here, small town Iowa kid, really good player. And then you go get Quinion Mitchell, who I thought was my favorite guy in the draft when I was studying it, because I thought this guy's going to be an all-star coming out of Toledo. So they draft those guys. And when I saw them, I go, oh, man, these guys are going to be good. Then you get the Georgia All-Stars. You still have John Carter. You got Nolan Smith. And so they have put together, by drafting, an excellent defense that really has no weakness at any of the three levels of the D.
Mitch, we've asked you in years past, and in most cases, you've had something already cooking in the kitchen. Do you have your final call cooking in the kitchen for if the Chiefs do the unprecedented and get the three-peat?
Yes, it's simmering in the crock pot. There's some knucklehead that's got a media credential that's here that shouldn't have. Get out of there, dude. Get out of there. You know what? I'll give you a story. It was the middle of the summertime, 3 or something in the morning. And I woke up and I'm staring at the ceiling fan, and this is not a lie. And I thought, that's it. Because the whole discussion of trying to pull this off started really back right after Super Bowl 58. So going through OTAs, seeing nobody said a word, no T-shirts, no posters, but I saw the look in these guys' eyes. So I'm thinking, what if it happens? In the middle of the night, I go, that's it. I grabbed my phone, I put it in my notes, and laid them so I didn't forget it. And I've kind of revisited, thinking, is that it? Is that it? Is that it? And I'm staying with it. You'll hear it if we win.
Well, for those of you who have Sirius, you can log on to Mitch's call there. I'll have it on in the background this Sunday, as I have had for several years now, and I can't wait. And then it'll be probably cooked up as part of Nick's Open next season when we do this all over again. Mitch Holthus, live from New Orleans. Real quick, Mitch, because we do have to run, but I do need to say hello to you from your old friend Len Gordy here with the Creighton basketball team. He says hello to you.
Len Gordy is one of the greatest humans of all time. And he has set a Creighton record. You don't know this. He has had the most titles of any administrator in Creighton history. And he's done an excellent job, but he just keeps doing a great job. So they got to keep promoting him. And they can we give him 3 more titles, like executive vice president and director of all things? That's Len Gordy.
You bet. Mitch, have a great week. Have a great call. We'll look forward to next week.
Boys, if these guys win, it'll transcend the NFL. It'll be American sport history.
It certainly will. Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mike Schaefer coming up in the happy hour, Fedor Zugic and more. So stay right there, 1620 The Zone.
Super Week on 1620 The Zone is powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
All right, it is time to welcome in Mike Schaefer from Husker 24/7. Of course, we all remember what happened in this spot last week when John Cook abruptly retired right in the middle of this interview. But, we didn't want to break the mojo. We didn't want to break the momentum, so we didn't talk about it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to catch anyone off guard,
I certainly would have been shocked in the middle of that conversation had I been able to respond about John Cooks.
It's why we all stay off social media during the whole show, during these interviews. Yep. We're never checking our phones. We're never checking Twitter. We're talking to each other and having a conversation.
Yeah, Josh and I have rulers, and anytime I notice he's on social media, I just slap his hands with a ruler, and he does the same if he sees me on there.
Exactly.
Honestly, that's not a bad strategy. In 2025, that's not the worst thing.
Yeah,
you start to log into Twitter or X or Blue Sky or whatever
Threads.
Any of these are anymore. Threads.
Yeah. Why ban the TikTok when we can just slap each other's wrists?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We could make short videos of it and put it up on some other Vine. Is that alive again?
Vine's dead, sadly. Bring it back. Wow. Bring back
what was Vine. I don't even remember Vine.
Vine was like TikTok, but you were only allowed to do like 6 or 7 second videos at a time. And so it was like the precursor to TikTok.
Oh, so this was Rick Pitino's version of TikTok. I say that in all due respect to the team.
Hey, shout out to St. John's, another dub last night. Look at the Johnnies getting it done.
I can't tell you how many people I saw in my mentions, not in my mentions, but just on social media, St. John's fans with tears in their eyes saying, I can't believe this is happening to us. This is the greatest day ever. I'm like, okay.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
I don't know if it's better than the random time Marcus Hatfield went for like 39 points on the first day of the Big East tournament. I remember that fondly as a kid. That seems like a much better St. John's memory, at least to me, anyways.
Yeah. Either way. Well, let's talk about Nebraska finishing up in the portal. Rocco Spindler. What do you make of this edition? Certainly, I mean, we didn't know until after Notre Dame was done because, they went all the way to the national final. And so how quickly did this all have to come together, and Nebraska putting it together in such a way that they could land what I think is probably the best lineman they got out of this group?
Yeah, I don't think there's a question. He's a significantly better contributor and has been throughout his career than Elijah Pritchett. He just plays interior offensive line instead of being a tackle. And so the value there is sort of the discussion. I don't know how quickly it all had to come together because Matt Rule even sort of offhandedly mentioned it with talking about tampering. I mean, that there had to have been conversations going on between his representatives and other college football people so that they knew when he jumped into the portal what the market was going to ultimately look like. I'm sure that they had kept tabs on which teams were looking for offensive linemen. You saw the same teams pop up over and over and over again. Nebraska and Michigan did battle on a number of different targets, and Spindler was the only one Nebraska walked away with, and I don't think Michigan got any of the ones that they were battling Nebraska on. And so you kind of have the same teams in the same market. The interesting thing with Rocco Spindler is that he is going to be here this spring. I think that all of the conversations came down to when is he arriving and do we take another offensive lineman if he's not going to get here until the summer? Because I think Rocco Spindler would have preferred to stay, finish his graduate degree at Notre Dame. But instead, he'll be here for Nebraska this spring. I think that's ultimately what they wanted, and they were able to convince him, whether through conversation or increased NIL compensation or whatever, to go ahead and get here. And so this is a guy that I think helps you kind of reset your offensive line a little bit. It seems to me Justin Evans could move to center. And you got a pretty good interior there with Spindler, Evans, and Lutovsky in some order, at guard. And so those three give you a nice little thing to build upon for your offensive tackle situation, which we know Elijah Pritchett will be involved on one of the two sides. And I anticipate Gunnar Gatula, Teddy Prohaska, Henry Corcoran, Grant Seagren. Those are all the kind of did I say Henry Corcoran?
You said Henry Corcoran.
Henry Corcoran.
Is Henry Corcoran even a name?
I believe that's his actual name. It's H. Turner Corcoran, Henry Turner.
I'm pretty sure Teddy Prohaska's younger brother is Henry, so maybe that's how we got there.
Oh, okay.
Or Henry Lutovsky popped into my mind when thinking about Turner Corcoran. But yeah, they've got some options there at left tackle if they don't go with Pritchett at left tackle, so then it would be right tackle. But I do like how that picture looks on the interior now with Spindler.
Schaefer, the current portal rankings on 24/7 Sports have Nebraska at 11th with the 16 players that they have added. We assume that they're done now at this point in time. Letter grade, what would you give them on how they have filled the needs, impact players for 2025, and I guess in theory beyond? How do they do overall?
I think it's solid B. I don't know that there's any superstar that's going to emerge out of this group that's going to change the way that you think about Nebraska football for years to come. But I think they addressed some areas of need. I think they have some interesting players. Certainly Spindler elevates this offensive line aspect of all of this. But I think they have some interesting guys they brought in on the defensive line. We'll see what a Jalen George or a Gabe Moore, both of whom have a very different path to getting to Nebraska, but they're going to provide depth on your defensive line. Williams Winery, former 5-star recruit. We'll see what he is able to potentially be. They have a slew of one-year guys that are really interesting to me, whether it's Dane Key as one of your top wide receivers potentially, or Jason McCullough as a defensive jack of all trades, can play on a couple different levels. Marquez Watson Trent is a fascinating linebacker who was an all Sun Belt and the defensive player of the year. So you have some one-off pieces there. Spindler's a one-off piece as well that are really interesting. Long-term, you have some guys that are some deeper cuts that I'm really sort of interested in too. Marcos Davila. At some point, there's going to have to be life after Dylan Raiola. And is Davila a guy that was recruited specifically by Dana Holgerson? Does he give Nebraska a higher floor as a backup quarterback now? Because he's someone that kind of fits his system, and he's a guy that is big, strong kid, passing quarterback. I wonder if they don't benefit quite a bit there, and he'll get a year behind Dylan here to just kind of soak things up and hope that Dylan stays healthy. And then you have to go through the next offseason and see where everything's at again with Raiola. But you at least, I think, are in a better situation long-term at quarterback. Hartley Gilmore, the fourth, might end up being the best wide receiver of the three Nebraska took. I think Nebraska's very excited about Gilmore. So there's a lot of different pieces in all of this. I haven't even mentioned some of the defensive backs, but overall, I think Nebraska did well. I would stop short of calling it like some kind of program-changing haul, though. I think they just filled nicely with some pieces, and we'll see what some of the long-term guys end up being.
Matt Rule, though, didn't stop short of saying it was going to be his best roster at Nebraska yet. So can we add another year to the offseason national champions banner?
Well, if you're the type of person that thinks, okay, they've now been at the program for several years, you're developing the players that you want to develop, you have a better feel for what the Big Ten is, you're able to go shopping with your grocery cart there and in the NIL market, it should be their best route. Like, I don't know whether I think that that's pointless conjecture, unnecessary hype, or the sort of confidence that you want to see from your head coach. But I think all three have some merit to it. But I think more than anything, if Matt Rule's not talking about this being one of the best rosters that he's had at Nebraska, then I'd have a lot of concern. So I think they're trending in the right direction. I think there's some areas where they're going to be a little bit more deficient this year than they were last year, but there's areas where they should be stronger. In addition, if you believe in any kind of development from Dylan Raiola, in theory, they should be far better equipped to hit the ground running as an offense in 2025 than they have been the previous 2 years. So I think it's noteworthy that he's confident about it. I don't know that I would take it to the bank as I'm going to go bet Nebraska to win 8 games guaranteed next year. Though I don't even think 8 games is a particularly spectacular number either.
Schaefer, we now know who the coordinators will be, as Eckler, of course, was announced earlier this week. Which of the 3, now that we know who they are, which do you think needs to have the biggest impact in 25? Which one will have the biggest impact in 25?
I think Dana Holgorsen needs to have the biggest impact in 2025. I think this is a big coaching signing, if you would. I think you want to see him have his fingerprints all over what Nebraska's offense is going to look like. I think you want this to go in a pretty positive direction from last year. I think your defense is going to take somewhat of a step back, or a more of a rebuild, if you would, defensively. So you're going to have to score more points. I think we want to see Dylan Raiola take a step forward. I think we want to see the investment in Emmett Johnson pay off more. So to me, it's Dana Holgorsen, and it's not particularly close. And part of that is John Butler and Mike Eckler have a whole litany of other things that they probably are going to be dealing with, whereas Dana Holgorsen has a pretty nice build of what he has, right? Like, they've rebuilt that wide receiver group. He has tight ends that he clearly likes. They went out and they got 2 offensive linemen out of the portal. They have a quarterback that they are building the entire operation around. They have a running back that they sought to keep out of the market. To me, he's in the best position in terms of already having worked with these guys and having probably the best pieces to work with out of the group as well. I think that Mike Eckler could have a more immediately visible impact, but some of that is just simply, will he have a long snapper and Kevin Gallick that can assure that the ball does not trickle across the ground when you're trying to kick field goals or extra points?
Is it good to have high expectations for special teams because of Eckler's reputation and his intensity, and the fact that they think that they've upgraded, as Rule called it, the battery of executing kicks?
The most embarrassing part about this is that the expectations for special teams have simply been competency. And they haven't been able to achieve what should be expected of every football team everywhere at any level, is a baseline competency of being able to do special teams things. And Nebraska could not do that. And so to me, 2025 is just going to be get back to competency, and then we'll see if anything is gravy after that. I mean, at Tennessee, they were very good at returning punts. I don't even know how to begin to explain to a Nebraska football fan over the last 8 years what returning a punt looks like, when Tennessee, under Mike Eckler, I think has had over 1,000 yards in punt returns in 4 seasons. You know how many years you would have to add up of Nebraska football to get to 1,000 punt return yards? I'm guessing you would have to double the 4 that Mike Eckler was involved in at Tennessee. So you're looking at 8 years to get to the 1,000 yards or more. I don't know. Maybe that's an exercise for you guys, but to me, it's just get to competency, and then we'll see what you have from there. Like, I don't need Nebraska to be Virginia Tech circa 1996, blocking kicks every other time someone's coming back. It'd be awesome. Don't get me wrong. If you can do that, great. But right now, I just want to know that I can comfortably anticipate that an extra point's going to be able to go through the uprights, because the ball is going to get snapped, held, kicked as it should in an efficient operation. I want to know that you can get the punt away. I want to know that you have a gunner that can get down the field. It isn't going to be 17 yards from the receiving punt returner, so he has to make up all that ground, break down, and make a tackle. I want to know that you have guys on your kick return unit that understand when it's time to wait for a fair catch and when it's time to try to make something here. Just give me baseline competency. And Nebraska is probably a 9-win team last year instead of a 7-win team. So I don't think it's that much to ask for baseline competency. So if Eckler can get them there right away and then build upon that, it could have a really big effect for what Nebraska football is.
Schaefer, I'm doing the math here right now. I am now through the last 6 seasons. Would you care, either of you, to guess? This is the last 6 seasons.
231 yards.
I'm gonna go higher than that. I'm gonna go over, because I think they had 70 something last year. So I'll play the odds and say that they've averaged like 60. So I'll go 360.
473.
Okay.
Since 2019.
Well, and
But
how about this?
I have a feeling because go ahead.
I was going to say Dave Fite had a stat that I saw yesterday. In the last 4 years, Tennessee had 1 kick blocked and Nebraska had 10 in 2024.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So competency is the name of the game, Schaefer.
Well, but Schaef's not that far off because the CFB stats page goes back to 2016. We're not going to get to 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
And
some of that is having good
the last 9 seasons.
Some of that is having good punters, some of that or punt returners, some of that is who you go against. I think the Big Ten is a fantastic unit in terms of special teams. Like legitimately, when you're deficient in that area, every other team that you face is very, very good. But I know people think that that's over talk or hyperbole, but legitimately Nebraska was losing the battle by a significant margin in special teams every Big Ten game they played last year. Whether it was against even newcomers like USC or UCLA, those teams were significantly better than Nebraska, let alone the Illinois of the world that seemingly have backup kickers that can hit 57-yard field goals whenever they need to. But it's an area that's emphasized in this conference, and I think it was important that they went out and they got someone that has a background of being successful. Now, so did Ed Foley. Ed Foley was a successful special teams coordinator at one point in his career. It didn't work at Nebraska. How does Mike Eckler make sure that's not him? We'll find out.
By the way, the final total is 884 yards since 2016. So they're not averaging 100 yards per season. That's 9 seasons. They're not averaging 100 yards per season.
Not good.
Think of all the field position. Think of all that field position that they just give up to the opposition by not being able to return these.
Yeah.
Why?
Think of how many points you don't score because you end up starting all of these yards back. So then you don't finish drives. And then if you have to kick field goals, we can go through and talk about how many field goals they've missed from the 30 to 45-yard mark, which is absurdly high, or even inside of 30 in some cases. So yeah, I mean, it all adds on to each other. When we talk, they haven't been hidden yards for years. It's been smacking you in the face how bad Nebraska is at special teams. And we'll see what Mike Eckler's able to do with it.
I mean, just last year alone, Nebraska gave up 234 yards. So that's a fourth of the yards that they've had in the last 9 years. They gave up in punt return yards just last year alone.
Yep.
Schaefer, looking ahead to tonight, the hope was for Nebraska fans that they could go 1-1 on the West Coast swing. I don't think anyone saw the win over Oregon coming. Certainly not after another win or the first win in a while over Illinois. In a way, does that kind of put more pressure on tonight? Like, you just don't want to squander this incredible opportunity after ending that 6-game winning streak?
Yes and no. I mean, there's certainly more pressure now because there's something to play for versus last time out. It was like, all right, well, this will get you closer to not being last place in the conference and missing the Big Ten tournament. Now it's if we can win this game, that's 3 straight. We've cut that losing streak in half. We have an opportunity to get home against Ohio State and announce ourselves really as being back in the entire picture if we beat Ohio State. But that can't happen until you play Washington. It's the worst team in the conference, and yet everybody in the conference is capable of beating each other because it's that deep. And so Nebraska has to come out and they have to play well. If they get the version of Bryce Williams they got against Oregon, if they got an overtime against Illinois, I hope that becomes a storyline. I hope that we're looking back on the February of 2025 and it's, hey, Bryce Williams really kind of turned his entire season and Nebraska's season around in overtime against Illinois. And you can just kind of go from that looking forward. You had Raleigh Wooster and Andrew Morgan play great as role players. They overcame the fact that they couldn't make outside shots. I don't think you're worried about Washington hitting a bunch of threes. I think they're more of an interior team, which plays into what Nebraska likes to do defensively. But they still have to go and they have to win this game. And the one thing that I don't think he gets any credit for is I think Hoiberg has done a masterful job over the last few seasons of managing this team, never letting it get that high, never letting it get that low, putting them in situations where they're able to repeatably play similar basketball and then win games. I don't think they played better against Illinois and Oregon than they did against Maryland or Iowa or USC, they finished those games, partly because the other team shot worse from outside and partly because they made free throws at the end of the game and they made winning plays. So I think Nebraska is largely the same team that lost the 6 games that has now won, a few in a row here. We'll see if they're able to make it 3 and then ultimately make it 4 on Super Bowl Sunday.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, we appreciate it. By the way, here is the grand total.
Okay.
So Nebraska's gained 884 yards in punt returns since 2016. They have allowed 1,416 yards.
Yikes.
So that's a net of minus 532. So they've given up almost 5.5 football field lengths in punt return yardage in the last 9 seasons.
Just disgusting. Utterly.
I would have been a little surprised that the allowed was that much higher than the gain but I guess it is Nebraska's special team.
I think
John,
the last 2 years have been particularly bad in terms of the allowed number.
What was the total return number, John?
Of the opponents?
For Nebraska?
Nebraska 884.
All right, so how about this? And there's going to be a tiny bit of overlap, but DeMornay Pearsonell, in his 4 years, 904 yards punt return just himself and 3 touchdowns. Now, 596 did happen that first year, and then he obviously dealt with injuries. But he almost had 1,000 yards on his own in 4 years.
One guy in 4 years has done more than Nebraska has in 9 as a team. That's just
pretty gross.
Incredible. And
part of it is having a threat back there to actually return it. I mean, how often has Nebraska put someone back there just to fair catch it because they didn't have any real belief that they could do anything with it? And that the damning thing here is it goes across multiple coaching staffs. Like we're talking Riley Frost and Matt Rule. It's not just a Matt Rule problem. It wasn't just a Scott Frost problem. And it wasn't just a Mike Riley problem. Like Nebraska in general has not been good enough in the third phase, regardless of who the head coach has been. And that has to
100%.
change.
Yeah. 100%.
If only Cooper DeJean had gone to Nebraska Fair Catch School, maybe they would have beaten Iowa last year.
Oh, maybe he wouldn't be on the Eagles right now, about to win the Super Bowl. That's a good universe, John. It's a much better universe.
And that's a reminder that it is Super Week presented by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland.
Nice.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, always appreciate it. Thank you much.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, Schaefer.
There he is. That's Mike Schaefer. And when we continue, we'll take a look ahead to tonight's game here in Providence. And we've still got what's for dinner and content all coming up next right here on 1620 The Zone. back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct and 1620 The Zone. We want to remind you that on 1620thezone.com, you can vote in the greatest big game bracket. The greatest game over the last 60 years. Vote now. Tell us which one was the best of them all. The greatest big game bracket online right now at 1620thezone.com, which is also the place where you can listen tonight for the Blue Jays going for number 8 in a row against the Providence Friars. This has been a weird year for Providence. This is a team that has gone through, well, first of all, they had a ton of incoming players from the transfer portal. They lost their best player that was supposed to return. Bryce Hopkins only played 3 games. He's out. So 11 different starting lineups. There's nobody on this team that averages more than 13 points. The strange thing is, since the Creighton game, they've lost 3 of their last 5, but they've only given up 5 threes per game in that time.
Wow.
They've also shot the 3 fairly well, but they've also committed a lot of turnovers. It's just a very, herky-jerky team. And last Saturday was a perfect example. Providence fell behind by 18 in the second half at Madison Square Garden. It looked like St. John's was going to run away. And then you look, and 5 minutes later, it's a tie game with, 30 seconds to go. Kadari Richmond hit the shot to eventually win the game for the Johnnies. But it's a Providence team where you look at it and you think, are they really any good? But then you also consider that they have played 5 games this year that have been decided by exactly 2 points. They're only 1-4 in those games. But you just flip a couple of those, and Providence is in a much different position. So even though the Jays are favored tonight, this is a building that has been very unkind. This is by city, because not every team plays all of their games in the same building. St. John's, for example, splits between a couple of buildings, UConn, etc. But this city has been the unkindest to the Blue Jays since joining the Big East. Creighton has only won 3 of the 11 games here in Providence. But the last 2 years, there was the double overtime in 2023. Last year, the overtime game where it looked like Creighton was going to win, and then Carter hit that bizarre 30-foot, unwieldy 3 that flipped the overtime. So last 2 years, Creighton has had a chance to win and didn't get it done. We'll see if they're able to do it tonight. If it is, it'd be their 8th in a row, and it'd be the first time ever since joining the Big East that they would have won 5 straight Big East road games in the same season.
Yeah, and going back to Providence for a moment, it's interesting when you go through the games that they have won in conference and the games that they have lost. You mentioned all the losses that they've had by a couple points, and it's kind of consistent in terms of who they're losing to. St. John's, Marquette, UConn, Creighton, obviously in the first game, Villanova, St. John's again, teams that are in the upper crust of the league. And then you look at who they've beaten. DePaul, though that took overtime. Obviously, we know that, how good they are. Butler, Seton Hall, one of the worst teams, in the conference. Georgetown, Seton Hall again. And so, even the most recent win over Seton Hall was a 2-point win. I mentioned the overtime win over DePaul. The first Seton Hall win, they only had that one by 6 points. So it does seem to be a team that is good, or they're able to win versus the dregs of the league. And then when they play the tough teams, they lose. But as you said, they lose in close games. And so certainly there can be no resting on the laurels for Creighton. That stat that you just mentioned in terms of what is at stake for Creighton and winning another road game and coming off of the one that they just had over the weekend. Pretty phenomenal. I know I mentioned this the other day, I think on Monday's show, but just that this team has tied for the best record through this many games in conference since Creighton has joined the Big East. Pretty wild to me still. And so another opportunity tonight to extend that great start if they're able to defeat the Friars and pick up another win in Big East play.
And if they do, they will be in sole possession of second place, with Marquette having dropped back-to-back games to UConn and to St. John's. And, of course, Marquette coming up next on Saturday, then UConn next week. This was that stretch of the schedule that Mac was talking about, starting with Xavier last week. And then, of course, Saturday at Villanova in this game tonight. And while on paper this looks like the easiest game, again, this has been the city that has been the hardest on the Blue Jays. I would anticipate, even though Creighton won by 20 in Omaha, they shot the crap out of the ball. what did they ended up? They were over 50% from three, as I recall, in that first matchup. Yeah, 50. No, they weren't over. They were 51% from the field, but they were 44% from three. This is a Providence team that does not typically give up a lot of threes. I think tonight's game, I would not be surprised tonight if this game is kind of similar to the Villanova game. Providence with the home crowd behind them.
Yeah.
They're going to be extra aggressive on the boards. That's one area where they're pretty good at. They're good at getting to the offensive glass. That was something Villanova did not have an offensive rebound among any of their players in Saturday's game. That was, of all the weird stats that came out of that game, no offensive rebounds by any players. They were credited with 3 team offensive rebounds, but no one had an individual offensive rebound for Villanova. But of course, Villanova was committing to get back on defense and make life difficult there. Providence, I think tonight with the home crowd behind them, knowing what they need to do, this is a team that wants to finish in the top 6 because their only path to the postseason, the NCAA tournament, is to get the main bid from the Big East and win the tournament. The best way to do that is to get the bye, and only the top 6 teams get the bye in the league. So they're going to want to, or is it top 5? No, top 6. Top 6. I'm losing my mind here. But either way, and they're in that middle pack. Yeah. Villanova, Xavier, Georgetown, Providence. They're all fighting, for that spot. And so this one's huge for them this evening. And for the Jays, a chance to keep pace and maybe have a shot, when you go to New York in a couple of Sundays to play for first place against the first place Johnnies. So I think this is going to be point, yeah. It's going to be I think this will be a lower scoring game than the first one. Creighton doesn't typically shoot the ball really well in this building. So look for a low scoring slugfest tonight. At least that's my anticipation. We'll see where it goes from there. One of the guys who, of course, is on the trip with Creighton, played 8 minutes in the first matchup and scored 6 points against Providence the first time around, is Creighton's international man of mystery, Fedor Zugic. And I had a chance to catch up with him here in Providence last night. This is going to be an interview that will play in full on our 1620 The Jays podcast, which will be released later this week. We talk about his basketball journey. We talk about the fact that he was originally a combat sports athlete, not a basketball player, and a lot of other things with Fedor, his adjustment to American basketball and life here in the States. But we thought we'd play this little snippet from it. And in here, you will hear, I asked him to call in one of his 7 different languages that he speaks in full or in part, the Stephen Ashworth final shot. So you'll hear that coming
nice.
Up. But we started the conversation by asking him, how did you first become aware of Creighton?
To be honest, I didn't know much about it. I knew of Creighton, of course. I've heard of Baylor Scheinman, of course, and his journey. And, talking to a lot of schools and being on the phone 24/7. And then my agent says, hey, I want you to talk to Coach Greg McDermott. He said, I don't know him personally, but I want to meet him, and I think he's the man for you. And I heard he's one of the best colleges in college basketball, and I've heard only great things about him. So I talked with the coach, and my parents were like, how did it go? And I was like, oh, this may be the best conversation I had so far, because playing professionally as a kid, nobody really has patience with you. Didn't really make any connections deeper than practice with my coaches, because they believe they have to be hard on you, and the Europeans are kind of hard asses a little bit. And then with Mac was kind of different. I have this sense of I was very welcomed, and the first visit I did, it just felt like home, and just looked like something I've been looking for ever since I started, because I started very young. I skipped all of that, like the youth tournaments, the fun, the joy. I'm not saying I'm not having fun now, but the absolute freedom and stuff like that. And I feel like I've seen that in Mac and Creighton, and that was one of the main reasons that I'm here right now. I mean, you can also see right now that I got eligible. He has so much patience with me, and we're just working together towards me being myself again and doing what I came here to do. It's a process, and he has a lot of patience with me, and I really appreciate that.
Did you get a chance to see any of how Creighton played before you talked to Mac, or was that happen afterwards?
Yeah, before I started talking with Mac, I was talking to my agent or advisor, and I was like, my main reason for choosing schools was I want to see how they play. Mm-hmm. So I would watch tape of a couple games of a school I would talk to. So, and then I watched Creighton, and I just saw a lot of transition and shooting. I was like, oh, I like this. So, yeah.
So is it similar to how you played overseas?
Well, looking at it back then, it looked very similar. Mm-hmm. But now that I'm in the heart of it, it's way different, but similar at the same time. I don't know how to describe it. The pace is faster, way more shots, which my last team in Germany tried to accomplish, but not as much movement throughout the whole offense. We are moving and running and cutting the whole time, which is something I haven't been familiar with so far in my career, because I've either been on the ball, or if my point guard has the ball, I'll be just putting up and waiting for my chance to get the shot. So, I'm just getting a chance to expand my game even more here, learn something I haven't learned so far. So, yeah.
Which is your favorite language? If you had a choice and just spoke one, obviously your native language, but I'm curious, which one's the most enjoyable to speak?
The thing is, I like my language because it's very emotional. You can go more in depth about things, describe things better, and our language is just very expressionate. It has a lot of curse words, a lot of variations, a lot of different words for different kinds of things. It's very emotional language. We are very passionate about everything. Even by basketball, you see all the videos and stuff. Mm-hmm. But I like English because it's simple. It's very simple to me. I don't know how to describe it, but sometimes just saying something in English just takes me 3 or 4 words, and in my native language will take me 12 words. So I like English because it's simple and it's faster. I feel like it's faster. So, yeah.
All right. So last thing, in your native tongue, describe the winning play last week. What would it have sounded like if I were calling it in your language when Jason inbounds it to Steven?
In my native language?
In your native language.
Okay. So just go through the whole play as a broadcaster?
Yeah. This is your tryout, by the way, because I have a bunch of ex-players that play. Okay. So you might be doing it someday.
You better, because our broadcasters been screaming and
and that's fine. Scream if you have to. I was screaming.
Yeah.
All right. So how would it sound?
So Jason Green je out of bounds. Steven Ashworth ide I stavlja blok na Ryana Cockbrennera. Ryan Cockbrenner nema loptu. Steven izlazi na trojku. Steven overhtali. Steven Ashworth!
That sounded better than my call.
Yeah. All right, so nicely done, Fedor. It sounded pretty good. He was telling me last night, everyone in Europe, when a big play happens, it's just repeat the guy's name over and over and over again. So that's why he kept saying Steven Ashworth. So well done by Fedor. And again, you can hear that full interview later this week when the 1620 The Jays pod drops. It's available on our website, 1620thezone.com, or just download wherever you download your podcast. Just search 1620 The Jays. And Josh, I know you're going to be talking with someone for this week's pod as well.
Yeah, Bianca Rademacher from the tennis program. A really fun conversation with her. She talks about she dealt with a lot of injuries. She started her career at Wichita State. She's had a tennis racket in her hand since she was 4 years old. She was a part of the high school graduating class in 2020, and then she's off to college in a different state. She's from Lincoln, and kind of went through that process. And she actually almost decided to leave the sport behind, but ends up transferring to Creighton, having a great start to this season, and has had a really wonderful experience here overall. So it's one of the more enjoyable interviews that I've had a chance to do for the Jays pod. And as you mentioned, that'll drop later this week.
All right. Well, when we come back, Nick will rejoin us, and we will have some content and then what's for dinner as we count down to Austin Jacobson, who will take over at the top of the hour with Blue Jay Shoot Around. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
So, as we continue here on the Grum, let's run down some other topics of the day. Nick is the one who shepherds this segment every day in a bit we call Unsportsmanlike content.
Reactions continue to pour in regarding the Luca trade to the Lakers. LeBron thought it was a hoax when Kyrie Irving is grieving, adding, "I miss my hermano." Cool to hear Kyrie had a friend at least.
I'm just glad that Kyrie is, well, what I have to wonder about is maybe he's getting into the chicken business. I mean, when I hear hermano, I think of
Los Pollos.
Yeah, it is cool that Kyrie did have a friend. I think, LeBron buying into the hoax idea. Obviously, he is all in on the second Trump administration. So, the world is definitely changing. I mean, when you read into the trade, again, it's one of the most ridiculous things that has happened in recent sports history, probably in NBA history, that you would trade a player of this magnitude and get so little in return and not even really try to talk to anybody else.
And the thing that continues to stun me, John, is apparently this is what the Mavericks wanted. They wanted Davis. They wanted to make this trade, a 25-year-old for a 32-year-old. What are we doing here, man? Like, it is continually wild to me. I love that that's what LeBron thought, that it was fake. Everyone thought it was fake. Everyone thought it was fake when it came through. Oh, haha, Shams, you got hacked. No one would actually make this trade. And yeah, shout out to Kyrie for at one point having a hermano.
The NFL Referees Association Executive Director Scott Green has a response to the haters and losers that think the NFL is rigging games for the Chiefs. It is insulting and preposterous to hear conspiracy theories that somehow 17 officiating crews consisting of 138 officials are colluding to assist one team. Is this a good take?
Very good take. That would be impossible to do. There would have been leaks. There would be all sorts of things that would come out. So, yeah, way to stand up for your brethren. John, I know you love it when officials speak. So you have to love this, that he is speaking for his people. This is awesome news.
I mean, these people always defend each other. I mean, even when the call is obviously bad, when they go to the official review, it's like, well, actually, it wasn't a bad call after all, and here's the reasons why, even though these are all BS reasons. But, I mean, he is correct. The fact that the Chiefs are getting all of these calls, we explained why last week, and I thought it was a very reasoned, well thought out explanation. This is not unusual for so-called great teams to get the benefit of the doubt on a few calls. And we live in an era now where everything gets talked about by everybody because of social media. And so it just creates the echo chamber that never ends. So because I can only imagine what this would have been like. I can only imagine what this would have been like, 25 years ago when the Cowboys were good, or 30 years ago when the 49ers were good and they were getting some calls. But because we didn't have the echo chamber and we couldn't keep bouncing ideas off of each other and conspiracies off of each other, it just kind of lived all to itself. So no, this is the proper response. That said, I guarantee you we're going to have a call that happens in the Super Bowl that goes the Chiefs' way that is going to create a firestorm.
What did you call it, John? The echo chamber of what? Conspiracies?
Yes.
That was a good band name.
It's definitely a good album name. I might consider that.
Yeah, it's probably a better album name than it is
a band.
That's the fun thing about the band name list. It also includes album names. It's kind of just, it's adjacent.
Well, but a lot of bands, their first album is their...
That's true, like Boston.
Like Boston.
True.
Chicago.
And then sometimes
Chicago, all their albums were named Chicago. Chicago 1, Chicago 2, Chicago 17.
Sometimes bands will also just do that to the fourth album for some reason.
That's true.
Fox is finally ready to launch its own streaming service after Venu Sports bit the dust. Are you excited? Am I excited? I've famously been begging Fox to do this since I've produced this fine Grum.
Do I get it for free because I get Fox for free on my TV? That's all I care about.
Dude, I didn't get Flow Sports for free, even though I call games for it all the time. So the answer to that is no.
Wow.
I'm happy for Nick. I don't care about this. I have YouTube TV. Why would I need another thing? But I'm happy for people like Nick who don't want to have a streaming service, have cable. This is good for Nick. Good for people like Nick.
This is.
I
good
hope
for me.
whatever the streaming service or whatever form it takes, it's got a fast forward, pause, that kind of a function, because I would like that.
I just hope it works better than the Fox Sports app, because that's actually kind of bad.
Let's dare to dream, Nick.
I never have problems with this Fox Sports app. We watched Fox Sports app last night.
I also have to log into it a lot, which is annoying.
It's fine on my phone, but then when I try to log in with a TV provider on the TV app, it just doesn't work. It's just like, thanks. Nope.
I'm just glad that Nick finally gets to watch Hannity in real time.
Oh, shout out to you, Nick.
And
Congratulations.
Gutfeld. I really wanted
Gutfeld.
The Recruit Knicks are lauding a new bill in the Georgia legislature that would exempt college athletes' NIL from state income tax. John, as someone who doesn't like when the NIL donations are considered tax deduction, I'm guessing you're not a fan of this one either.
Of course not. This is ridiculous. Why are we exempting income from income tax? They're getting paid. They're getting paid to play, just like I'm getting paid to do this job. Josh is we're all getting paid to do this job. You out there, the great people, you're getting paid to do your job. Why should this be tax exempted? This is insanity.
So wait, are you upset that Florida doesn't have a state income tax?
Well, if they do,
isn't this the same thing as that?
No, it's not. This is exempting this group of people from a sales tax. In Florida, nobody has a sales tax, so it's equal, right? This is not. So no, I am absolute. Now if Georgia wants to do away with its state income tax, okay, fine. But But here's what's going to happen, because other states will see this and other schools will lobby and say, well,
I think Nebraska should do this.
Advantage. No, Nebraska should not do this.
Why not?
No, because nobody should do this. This money should not be exempt from sales tax.
You don't live in Georgia. Why do you care?
But you know what's going to happen. It's going to spread everywhere else, just like it did with some of these other the bills that were passed in favor of NIL. So no, unless our money is also going to be exempt, then no one else's should.
But think about all the cars that the Georgia players can get now.
Yeah, John. Think about all of the new vehicles.
Go speed and drive recklessly.
It'll be perfect for them. This will not cause any problems whatsoever. They will manage the money fine. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. John's right. It's going to happen in other states. Don't really care, though. Doesn't bother me.
You're weird.
Why am I weird? It's a great idea to do for a recruiting advantage.
But not for you as a taxpayer. If you were a Georgia taxpayer, you'd be for this.
I don't know. Maybe. I'll ask my brother and his wife. They live in Georgia. I'll see what they think about this news.
I bet the football sickos are stoked about it.
Exactly. They're trying to find any advantage they can have.
They're morons. They're all.
They want to win games, John.
We want to win games.
Basketball sickos, John. Don't forget about basketball. There's hoops down there too.
Josh, you're not a big TV ratings guy anymore, but
no.
What about the reports of the NHL being down sharply in viewership, getting beat 2-1 by a women's college basketball game, and having lower viewers than an East-West Shrine Bowl on NFL Network?
Let's see. What's the reason that hockey would be down? I have no idea. Why was it ever up? It would be, my question. Hockey ebbs and flows in such a weird way, John, because sometimes you'll have these seasons where it's like, wow, hockey was up 12%. It's like, but why? And then it'll go down, and I'll ask the same question. But why? I have no idea why hockey is up and or down in these scenarios. So is it not exciting right now? I thought Connor McDavid was good. They call him Connor McJesus. I don't know. Is he not good anymore? Has he been canceled?
They're good. It's just not everything can be up, right? Not every sport can have, great ratings. But the NBA's also been slumping this year. Yeah. College basketball numbers have been down too.
Everything's down except for, and even the NFL is down a little bit in the playoffs too. So maybe everything's just down right now.
Yeah.
Not everything can be up. What a great quote, John.
Not everything can be up. That can be a song on the band album, on the album.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
If you still did mentality reads, this would have been the perfect time to say, John Bishop here.
For
not everything
mentality,
can
but
be
not
up,
anymore.
whether it's ratings or your member.
Your loss mentality.
Oh, but speaking of ratings, the NFL's Pro Bowl games, aka flag football, dropped 19% from last year and is down 25% from 2 years ago. How much you want to bet old Raj will have them playing real football again in the next couple of years?
I wouldn't be surprised. Even the patty cake football that the Pro Bowl had morphed into the last decade or so, it got better numbers than this did. And the NFL does not tolerate things that don't work. If it starts to fail, it either gets changed or eliminated altogether, but they're not going to eliminate it altogether. So it would not surprise me if we brought back, quote unquote, real football for the Pro Bowl within the next 5 years.
So I'll disagree. And mainly you mentioned the thing that I think will be more likely to happen. I think that they're more likely to get rid of it than to bring back tackle football. And the thing that they'll use, John, in terms of the discussion is, well, we're adding an 18th game. And so we will add an 18th game for everybody. We will add another week of football, and it will make up for the losses. I don't think that the players they have any desire to do a real football game again. If people are canceling spring games out of the player safety necessity, there's no way they're going to do a Pro Bowl again. But with the addition of another week, I think that more than will make up for the losses that the Pro Bowl, will give them in terms of viewership and dollars.
The Creighton women are minutes away from their second home game in 4 days. Josh, is there anything in particular we should keep an eye on in tonight's matchup with Seton Hall?
Yeah, a couple things for you, John. First of all, Molly Mogensen, Big East Player of the Week last week, averaged almost 20 points per game, 7.5 rebounds per game, 6 assists per game. She is on quite the tear over the last 6, averaging over 17 points per game. Her three-point shooting has been above 50%. She got off to a kind of a slow start. We were wondering if, she would be a member of the quote-unquote Big Three with no more Emma Ronsick. She is really, really coming on strong as of late. So that's something that I'm keeping an eye on for the Blue Jays. And for Seton Hall, it's a pretty interesting team when you look at what has happened with them this year. They've had a nice season so far, 3 players averaging in double figures and it's a team loaded, first of all, with a ton of players out of the transfer portal. And one player in particular has gone up. She was averaging, this is Faith Masonis. She averaged fewer than 7 points per game in her seasons at Maryland. This year, 16.8 points per game. She's coming off of 21 in the win at DePaul. So I think it's a pretty fascinating matchup. We've talked about Creighton before, and can they stay in that second place spot? It's a big one for that, given how good Seton Hall has been this season. And they've way overachieved. They were picked to finish 7th in the Big East preseason poll.
This has turned into quite the rivalry over the years. They've played some epic games in the Big East tournament. These two teams have, I don't know, they just rub each other the wrong way. So could be a really important game tonight. Obviously, Creighton would love to keep pace with UConn and get that one chance at revenge a little bit later on when they travel to Connecticut. So huge game tonight. Good luck to the Jays. In fact, speaking, you mentioned Emma Ronsick. Her game was on last night after the Xavier game. Rob Anderson and I were watching down in the hotel bar. And Emma's having a pretty good season for Colorado State. Of course, she went there so she could play with her sister. But it was kind of cool to see her back on the floor. And imagine what would it be like if she would have decided to stay for her 5th year at Creighton. She'd be one of the all-time greats in terms of points, rebounds, just a lot of the career statistics. But, going to play with your sister is not a bad idea either.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, tonight features a classic local men's hoops doubleheader with Creighton playing at 7:30 and the Huskers playing at 9:30. John, are you going to fire up the game on the plane as Nebraska takes on Washington?
We don't have internet on the plane.
Oh, no!
So I'll just be alone in my thoughts, working on my charts for a long plane ride back.
Yeah, what time you get home tonight, John?
Late. I mean, it's going to be late.
Yeah.
I would estimate probably roll into Lincoln around 2:30. That's my guess.
Well, get some rest tonight, John.
I'll let you know tomorrow what time.
When you'll be very sleepy.
Just dying to know. But there you go. There's content coming up next. It's What's for Dinner. We wrap up the Grum, and then Austin Jacobson takes over, and we begin our Creighton pregame coverage next on 1620 The Zone.
With UBT, you've got total control over your money. Like Doug, who runs his game day tailgate like a well-oiled machine.
I got burgers, brats, chicken, dogs, plus all the fixins. And with the UBT Go app, I can track my food spending from anywhere.
Pro move.
They don't call me Grill Sergeant for nothing.
No matter your goals, UBT helps you feel good about reaching them. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, when we come to Providence, we always stop at Casarino's Italian restaurant, and that's what we did last night. So it was a chicken parm night. I could have gone with the steak, but I decided I wanted to go with chicken parm instead. The steak looked good. Some folks that had it. Nice filet with some mashed potatoes and asparagus. But, I went with chicken parm, and it was good. It was very good. Caesar salad. I don't know what it is about Caesar salads in most restaurants are so much better than what you can do at home.
I think it's a chilled plate. Was the plate chilled?
I don't think so.
Oh,
it didn't seem like it, but it might have been.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Caesar salads at restaurants are awesome. What did I do last night? I did some of the leftover lasagna. I made myself a little salad with some ranch dressing in there. You know, John, every time that I am here at the arena, I guess wrong. I'm always trying to zag. I'm like, it'll be a sandwich. It'll be this. It's always pizza. So I'm just going to say I'm probably having pizza tonight as I'm about to wander downstairs and stuff my face before the game begins versus Seton Hall. So watch, it's finally going to be something else now, and I'll be wrong. I just hope that there are cookies. I want a Kookaburra cookie.
They're great cookies.
Fingers crossed that there are Kookaburra cookies tonight.
There will be no Kookaburra cookies at Amica Mutual Pavilion tonight.
Sad.
No, there will not be.
That much I can guarantee.
Last night we did enchiladas. Calm down, John.
Me calm down? That sounds like great news for you.
I think we might do wings tonight. She mentioned something earlier this morning about wanting wings, so maybe wings.
Like you're going to make them?
No. We're going to order the wings.
Somewhere? Are you going to go somewhere local, Nick? I remember when you were having wings when you first started producing, you were going to one of those big box wing places.
Big box wing.
I do like local wings. Local wings are good.
Go to a local place. You should go to a local place.
Maybe we'll get local wings.
There you go. Local wings are great.
That's a band name.
And that is what's for dinner. Let's see. Tomorrow is Thursday.
Yep.
Robin Washut will be along. We'll recap the Nebraska ball game. Obviously, whatever happens tonight here in Providence, we'll discuss that. What am I forgetting? It's Thursday.
Todd Furman, the final
right,
preview
yes.
until August.
And the last time we get to hear that amazing open.
It's a great open, Nick. That might be the best open that you have ever made.
Ever?
I think so. I love that open.
Better than my Matt Rule open that John pooped all over?
I didn't poop all over it. It's just a new season. We got a new season, new open. You know, it's a good open. It was a good open. But, you know, you can't be a preacher man forever. That's a reminder that Super Week is powered by Moose Roofing and OSI Oakland. That'll be tomorrow with Todd Furman. Oh, also it's I Don't Care.
I don't care.
Oh, that's right. I don't care.
I love
the
I
new
don't
Thursday
care.
tradition that we haven't yet forgotten, at least after 2 weeks.
Will the wind finally die down? That's the question. John, you've been gone. It has been awful this week in terms of the wind. I really hope that we can finally have just like a nice non-windy day. Probably not, though.
Probably not. Won't happen.
I'm getting so sick of this weather, man. It's fun. We haven't even had snow, but I'm just getting so tired of the weather that we have had lately. I'm sick of this wind. I'm sick of these clouds. I want to see the sun. Not great. Not great.
All right. Well, stay tuned. Creighton basketball coverage begins next, and we will rejoin with you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Wednesday night, and make it a good, productive one. Just curl up with your dog and listen to the game tonight.
Or your significant other.
Yeah. Don't forget to watch John Schreiner and me as well, and listen to us on 1180 The Zone coming up right after this.
Oh, nice.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Or later tonight from Providence.